Send a little light, gonna shine for you. Things will be alright, gonna get you through. Searching for a silver lining on this cloud. Amnesia, you forgot your name. Don't let your spirit fade away. Amnesia, you've been through such pain, but your little heart is growing stronger every day. Hey, don't fade away, don't fade away. Amnesia, you've got this burden to bear now, hiding away from the world. But deep down behind that disguise that you wear now, I see a lost little girl. So trust a little signs that you be afraid. Just a little time gonna make it fade. Your heart is gonna shine and you're gonna make us proud. Send a little light, gonna shine for you. Things will be alright, gonna get you through. Searching for a silver lining on this cloud. Amnesia, you forgot your name. Don't let your spirit fade away. Amnesia, you've been through such pain, but your little heart is growing stronger every day. Hey, don't fade away, don't fade away. Under your favorite full moon. Under your favorite full moon. You forgot your name. Don't let your spirit fade away. Amnesia, you've been through such pain, but you're growing stronger every day. Amnesia, you forgot your name. Don't let your spirit fade away. Amnesia, you've been through such pain, but your little heart is growing stronger every day. Hey, don't fade away, don't fade away, don't fade away. Don't fade away. When the world is on your shoulders, stay. Don't fade away.
What's up, guys? How's it going? What are you looking at? Excuse me. Hope everybody had a good week. Alright. Last week we left off in, like, 3 square feet of safety, as I recall. Yes, in the eye of the storm. Is there dudes over there? Bless you. And I have to assume there are dudes in lots of other places too, because they're kind of just everywhere. Right, we're going to look for a shuttle to get to the polar region. I seem to remember him saying something about not even being sure it'll still work, which is very reassuring. Do I still have that in my... Looking to see if that part of the dialogue was still in here. I think it is. Oh, right. I forgot until I was rereading through this that Atten and Baudur have this whole, like... They keep saying almost the same thing. Like, one of them will say one thing, and then the other one will say it as though it's the first time it's being said, but just slightly different phrasing. Like, they're fucking with each other, which is kind of funny, but neither of them has acknowledged it yet. Yeah, like this. Atten says, I'd say there's probably an illegal landing site somewhere then. And then Baudur, as though he didn't say anything, just goes, so that means there's probably an unsanctioned landing site somewhere on the planet. Like, uh-huh. Okay. Talked inside the research facility. Right, that was the last report, but it was months ago. Oh, I'm glad I reread this because I completely forgot the part about Zerka teams not coming back out after being sent into the facility. And here I was just thinking we were going to have to deal with a battalion of mercenaries around every corner. I mean, we're probably still going to have to deal with that, but... They do really like the whole endless supply of mercenaries being sent somewhere and never coming back plot hook, don't they? I can't even... Actually, I can't even say that because it's not even the same developer, this game, but... This is the second game where that has been an entire thing. Although, it is not in and of itself the quest this time, I don't think. Is there anything else I'm looking for while I'm done here? Not unless I happen to run into escaped criminals or Dahlgren's friend randomly. Sounds like the false Batu bonus mission probably won't have any developments until we go to Narshada. I don't know whether the new fuel source is going to be a year thing or another planet thing, but... Oops. I just missed that. Alright. We're going shuttle hunting. We did find the... I can reorient myself here. Got those already. Oh yeah, down there was an entrance to somewhere that I hadn't pursued yet. There's also the entrance that's guarded over there. Hey son, how's it going? It goes pretty well, thanks. How about you? By the way, let me know if audio sounds weird at any point. I'm against my better judgment and past experience experimenting a little bit. I added a limiter filter to my mic so that hopefully every time I set my water bottle down, I don't have to be quite so careful for it not to max out my mic. And it should prevent people from being completely deafened by anything, really, but since I'm not always watching, I just want to make sure that it's not like cutting me off at any point. I think I have it set to the highest. Like, it should only do anything if something's like really, really loud, but if I start getting cut off in weird places or something, do let me know. I suppose it's going to be easier if I deal with the door guards over there. In a better mood lately? Don't know what it is? That's awesome. Glad to hear it.
Let's go. How do you like that?
Wait a second. Are you telling me... They were standing over there and it's not even a real door. I mean, still, 2 less mercenaries that can, like, get aggroed at an inconvenient time, but come on, man. Okay, well, I guess they're dealt with now, at least. Not a real door. This one's not a real door. Okay. I guess there really is only one actual entrance. Not technically before, but it's before we do more than walk in the door, so I'm gonna count that. God damn it. Before I went and poisoned myself.
This arm of mine isn't just for show, General. Stand back. The Zerka mercenaries were a little surprised when I broke my way out of my holding cell. The shields there were even weaker than these. After you.
Cool. I spy trouble down there. Oh, I spy trouble sooner than down there. Remember that battle meditation is +2 to things. Will saves, okay. That was the part I was forgetting. Oh, they're both +2. No wonder I keep mixing them up. First Valor is physical attributes and saving throws. Battle meditation is attacks, damage, and one specific saving throw. I guess adding +2 to a physical attribute would only add. Go Sticks! Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in, guys. How's it going? My goodness. We just got started too. You're right on time. Let me shut you up here. Of course, Twitch doesn't know I don't spell your name right. Years 5. Nice. How was your stream? Happy Monday indeed. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. We just entered a military base that mercenaries keep not coming out of. And we're beginning to learn why. Super fun, lots of great vibes. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, I forgot about my own... There we go. Keep forgetting my own buttons here. I was just reminding myself for like the umpteenth time, the difference between battle meditation and forced valor. Thank you for the follow, Cruel Lothar. It's a cool name. Because I keep mixing them up. Turns out I keep mixing them up because they're both +2 to a whole list of things, but they're two different lists of things. I was noting that +2 to physical attributes, which is forced valor, would only add +1 to attack and damage. Right, because it would only increase your modifier by 1. Whereas +2 to attack and damage, which is battle meditation, doesn't cover your other attributes. Wait a second. Hang on. Did I overlook an important word there? I did. I read physical attributes and was thinking of all attributes, and it's not even all attributes. Okay, interesting. It is all saving throws. Battle meditation is just will saves. Attacking damage. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna keep mixing those up for a while, I think. Both have the weakness to JRPGs. Nice. How many of these guys are there? I think there's only 3. I hope there's only 3. So does he have improved flurry or no? does. His defense is the lowest though, because we just picked him up and my dumbass went and sold all of my medium armor right before we met him, and he can't wear heavy armor. Almost every SNES JRPG and tactical game. Nice. It must be quite the collection. I'm not super well versed in JRPGs as a category in general. Like, I've definitely got some streamer friends who I've watched play some on stream. But so I know, like I could name a couple of different ones off the top of my head, but I don't really know much about them, if that makes sense. It's kind of realizing now it's kind of a weird distinction. Also, there are 4 of these guys, and that's a pain in the ass. Wait a second. Oh shit, he went down real fast. Hold on. You, sir, need a best med pack I can give you. Says yikes. Also, now that I know there's poison in here, I only have 1 breath mask, but I'll give it to him because he's currently getting hit the hardest. Also because if Atten goes down, he gets back up again. In true Chumbawamba style. Lufia? 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 I assume Lufia, too. Oh, JRPG was an awesome story. Cool. I do love a good story. In fact, that tends to drive more of my game motivation than pretty much anything else. So I don't know if defense affects, like, vulnerability to poison damage. I assume not, but just in case. I'll take him off of sniper for the moment, just because I feel like we're gonna need all the defense we can get here. From this angle, it kind of looks like, when you were a kid, you ever used to do that thing where you'd, like, suction a spoon or something to your mouth and hold it there so you could make it look like it was floating? Kind of looks like he's doing that with, like, a piece of paper or something from this angle. But from this angle, it's actually kind of badass looking on him. Looks a little bit goofy on some people, honestly.
What's going on? How do you like that?
At least they're relatively easy to take down. Shit. Alright. I thought that was all of them. Ooh, I'm down to 5 regular med packs too. That is not good. Did I ever take the heal ability? I've been talking about it like every level up. Fuck, I haven't yet. Either that or I put it on Kreia. I'm not sure which. know what? We're gonna go solo mode for a minute, so that I don't accidentally lead them over any more poison traps. Let them stand there, regenerate for a second. Interesting. I was thinking it was all the vents. Also, says you have loot. Why do you... Nope. Okay. No loot on him then, I guess. Exchange utility belt. What does that do? Oh. Ooh. Creative equipment can aid in more nefarious tasks. 3. Computer use, demolitions, repair, and security. +1 strength and dex. Damn. Actually really good. I don't remember if there was a specific reason I was wearing the stealth belt other than I could. I think it's because I put my more useful belts on these guys to try and keep them alive a little longer. So I'm gonna take that, because... Hell yeah. Let's see. My computer use up to 16. Demos up to 11. Repairs 12. Security is also 16. Fantastic. And... it did not really do much for those stats, but that's okay. Because I think I already had a 16 dex, so it didn't change my modifier, but... Actually, let me see... I guess if I... Oh wait, no, that's reflex saves. Never mind. I was thinking it was +1 dex. Oh, I guess my dexterity is only +2 normally. I already had +2 from the gloves. I think that's why I wasn't wearing these gloves. It was because I needed the dex +2 for it to actually help me with anything. You're going to be problematic, I think. Damn it. You'd think I'd have learned by now. I do only have one antidote kit. I had so many of these in the last game. They were just everywhere. Hey, Templar! How's it going? Good to see ya. Make sure this is gonna go away before I die too much. Since we have a moment of peace, I don't want to use my only antidote kit if I can help it. Alright. Please authenticate. Did they set a secure password? Clearly not. Going pretty well so far. Little dicey at times. A couple people have died a couple times, but we're managing. So far, so good. Activate local turrets. Yes, please. I bet that doesn't include the droids on the other side of that force field. Definitely take the facility map. Alright, what are we looking at here? Bench and lab station. Hangar. Okay, cool. So that's where the shuttle will be if it's there and working. Control room. Reactor. Military base sublevel. Interesting. I wonder if whatever's been killing the mercenaries. You're looking to potentially change your spawn point? Hi, did you come to say hi? We got a raid. We have new friends in chat. For anybody who has not been around before, allow me to introduce Ghost. He has his own command introduction and everything. As the true star of the channel should, of course. Say hi. What you doing? What are you up to? Right, okay. Came to say hi, but that was enough. And also sniff at my dinner over here. Excuse you. That is not for you, sir. Excuse you. You have your own food, goofball. We'll get you some more in a little bit. This one's mine. Alright, turn solo mode off. Much you want to bet this grate is going to re-poison the whole team all over again. I wonder if I can encourage them to not step on though.
Been poisoned.
What's going on?
Come on, don't make me use my antidote pack on you, please. Seriously? How poisoned did you get? Okay. Jeez. Oh, well, I'm waiting for him to unpoison damage himself. I've been keeping track of my XP so that I can level up every time I get to a point where I'll still have exactly one level up in reserve in case I need to use it in the middle of combat for emergency heals and such. I'm currently at level 9. Once I had enough XP for level 11, which is 55,000, I'm actually there. Sweet. I can go up to level 10 and I'll still have enough for another level up if I need it in an emergency. This way, unlike KOTOR 1, where I really should have looked up a handy convenient chart kind of like this, unlike KOTOR 1, I won't be trying to like guess when I can level up, because that was kind of dumb of me, honestly. Ad snatched you. Oh no. I'm glad you got away. I kind of feel like that turret battle just now was the KOTOR universe being like, you should really take heal this time. You know, you should really take heal this time. You really should. Am I going to? I haven't decided yet. I died, but I lived. As long as you lived eventually, you were only mostly dead, not all dead. There's a difference. If you've ever seen The Princess Bride, you know. Do I think I should take heal? Probably. Probably. Especially because something in this facility has been killing all the mercenaries that have been coming in. Might be the poison. But either way, unless I switch out... I feel like I put it on someone, but it must have been Kreia. And unless I switch her out for Atten, I feel like we're gonna need it from somebody or another, basically. I'm not a witch, I'm your wife. But after what you just said, I'm not sure I want to be that anymore. Exactly. Such an amazing scene. Oh man. I need to watch that movie again sometime soon. It's been too long. Such a classic. Yeah, okay. Alright. We're going for it. It's more boring than killing people by screaming at them, but also rather more necessary, I think. Alright, when I hit 66,000 XP, I can level up again. Part of why I'm taking longer to let him heal is because I feel like this guy's going to be instantly aggro as soon as I get out there to break this shield. Also, I can't tell if there's another shield past that. And if there's not, then he could also have reinforcements. So I'm just giving it a minute to catch up. Yeah, so many good quotes. Don't rush me, Sonny. You rush a miracle, man, you get rotten miracles. King's thinking son fired me. Thank you so much for bringing up such a painful subject. While you're at it, why don't you give me a nice paper cut, pour lemon juice on it. We're closed. There really are so many good quotes in that movie. Even just that one scene has so many good quotes. Alright. I might regret saying this, but he's at 70 out of 80. That's enough, right? No?
Let's go.
Wait. How do I make him... That's not... Oh. Okay. I didn't think he punched it that time. Apparently his magical force field destroying arm works when he's swinging a sword with the other arm or something. Probably should have buffed us before I had him do that. That would have been smart of me. Luckily for me, I've never claimed to be especially smart, so, you know. Sending true love is the greatest thing in the world. Except for a nice MLT. Mutton, lettuce, and tomato sandwich. Nice, lean, and the tomatoes are ripe. You know another lesser known movie that's good for really good quotes? Have you ever seen A Knight's Tale? That's a funny one too. They're kind of paired in my head as being like sort of similar vibe, similar levels of seriousness. Of course you have. Excellent. Better a silly girl with a flower than a silly boy with a horse and a stick. It's called a lance. Hello. I'm sorry for any late night Brits hanging around for my horrendous British accent.
Just say the word.
Okay, that wasn't as bad as I honestly thought it was. What did I say about backup? Did I not call that shit? Hello? Patton. The enemy's over here, please. Thank you.
Just say the word.
Hang on. Door. I'm a little surprised because it clearly has a shield up, but usually he has a shield thingy. I think it appears here, doesn't it? Well, maybe he can do it with a sword again. Who knows?
Yeah? This won't... take long.
I just watched 10 Things I Hate About You with my girlfriend the other day. That's a good one too. I haven't seen that one. I think I've only seen that one once, and it was quite a while ago, so it's not quite as well ingrained in my head as the other two are. But definitely a good one. Corners here. Might be more droids around those corners, but for the moment I think we're okay. Administrative ID card. I have a feeling that's going to come in handy. This looks suspiciously like a trap. Okay. Didn't shoot flames at me, that's a start. I know, right? Such a shame. That was actually the first thing I saw Alan Tudyk in, though. A Knight's Tale. Don't see any more droids off the bat, but dead bodies are warning signs. This is not a real door. Can I persuade you guys not to walk on the mesh this time? Nothing there either. Yep, one. People. Yep, two right there. I see you, bastards. Let me see which of these lasts longer. 20 seconds. Also 20 seconds. Seconds. Okay. Oh, and does either one of those have a distance limit? Does not say all party members within a specific range. Neither does that one. Okay, cool. It's weird seeing Joseph Levitt so young. Yeah, I think I went back and rewatched it after I had seen some other stuff with. Actually, I think quite a few of the actors in it. And the second time around, they all looked really young. The first time around, I didn't really know any of them from. I didn't know anybody from anything else. I'm not sure I did, actually. Yeah, I don't think I'd seen any of them in anything else when the first time I saw Knight's Tale. So, yeah. Well, and the first time I saw it was probably... It wasn't in theaters. It was on TV, I think. So, probably 20 years ago? Yeah, that sounds about right. Something like that.
Time to...
Uh-oh. There are two of them. I don't have any ion grenades. There's only one on this side. One for each of us.
I hear you.
Okay, I guess that works too.
More where that came from.
What the fuck am I doing? I will say, the combat orders in this game are not as smooth as KOTOR 1. I find myself wrestling to get characters to do what I actually want them to do a lot more. Like, I don't think I had that problem with that at all in KOTOR 1. At least not that I noticed. To be fair, I never was in a relationship that was healthy until my current relationship. Well, I'm glad you found one. They are 100% worth it when they do come around. In KOTOR 1 and KOTOR 2 were yeah, I know. Honestly, I haven't noticed as much of a difference as I would have expected between the two. At least not yet. Given that they were made by two different companies, I kind of expected it to feel more different from KOTOR 1 than it does overall. That's not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing, just a surprising thing, I suppose. There could be droids over there. There are definitely workbenches over there, which kind of makes me think not. But it's hard to be sure.
Let's go.
Oh. Nope, there are indeed. Second. What are you up to? Yeah? Really? I see. Probably sounds like I'm talking to myself, because the mic probably isn't picking him up. Two controllers, the Xbox version, or a cheat code on PC, player can trigger a hidden ending. Malik is transformed. Wait, is that real? Because that's hilarious. Also, that opens up all sorts of potential headcanon endings. Because there was that one Twilight that you can help, like, pass her dance auditions. Actually, when I went into the cantina in this game, as soon as I saw the Twilight dancers, I went over, because one of them looks kind of like her, and I was going to see if there were KOTOR 1 Easter eggs in there, but he didn't really have anything to say other than leave me alone, so. Twilight's Malik just goes off and joins the dancing Twilight group. That's pretty funny. Don't think frameworks on droids does it. Oh. Sonic damage. Well, actually, I guess it does. with you. Oh, I forgot I had to select it from up here, so I guess maybe it doesn't. Voice actor for HK, Tibor, changed the intended dark and menacing voice to a sarcastic and comedic one, which was not initially approved by the design team. Interesting. I like his choice better, I think. Oh wait, no. Not I think. I definitely like his choice better. Because, as a smartass myself, HK is highly entertaining. Kitty cat, why are you hunting my food? I haven't even had a chance to eat it yet. Huh? Why? Are you hungry? Or just curious? I forgot to take your dinner out of the fridge, didn't I? Give me 1 second. Let me take the cat's food out of the fridge so that it warms up by the time it's dinner time for you. Okay. So I guess I can't use Scream on droids because it doesn't show up here. Actually, you know what? Bring an energy shield. Oh, it must have been out on. Do this first. I probably should have been doing this all along, but. Game originally planned a Twilight Dancer for the main. Okay, and I had heard that Bastila was originally planned as a main character. Gotcha. Okay. Honestly, that makes the cheat code ending a little less random. Makes a little more sense why they would pick that if they were going to do a crazy hidden ending type of thing. I feel like that's beyond hidden ending. Whatever the next level above a hidden ending is. I also heard something about Bastila originally having a different name, but I don't remember what it was.
I hear you. Everyone down!
Guys, ooh. Maybe focus on that guy. Also... Improved Flurry is only a -1 to defense, but his defense is already lower than I would prefer it to be because of my dumbass gear selling decisions. So I don't think I want him using that until I'm sure we're good here. Yanni. That would have been a lot of J names.
Say the word.
Just a few. Not even just a lot of J names, a lot of J names ending in vowels. Or just E sounds. Somebody on the team had to type, I guess. It's not a... just a name one instead of a... one, I suppose. I need to remember once we clear this room to use that lab station to try and make some more med packs. Because I should have the not components, the other thing. Chemicals? I think it's chemicals for it.
Let's go. Everyone down! Time to take you down to...
My first name on KOTOR 2 is Anita Life. Nice. Nice. Well, someone in chat pointed out a couple weeks ago that I thought I had picked a really cool name until someone in chat pointed out that Arden Roke sounds an awful lot like artichoke. So apparently I unwittingly named myself after a vegetable. And now I can't look at it quite the same way.
Dive. More where that came from.
Actually, at first, you're getting pretty low there, buddy. I'm not even in combat anymore.
I hear you. Let's settle this.
Nice. It lived. Okay. Wait. Oh shit. That's probably why I hadn't created more yet. Forgot how many chemicals they take. So, actually, hold on, let me see. I have a ton of minor frag mines because Bowdura has really good demolitions. I didn't realize I had that many of them. Also, they're worth more than I would have expected. That actually helps a lot. Using his demolition skill to steal mines from the enemy and use them to feed my medpack addiction. I also like that you can craft your own implants now. That's pretty useful. Oh, speaking of which. Oh, good to, oh wait. I was about to say, good to know. It doesn't look like you can break them down, but actually, I guess you can. That's also very useful, especially if I end up with as many leftover reflex packages in this game as I did in the last one. And so many extras. Wait, did I actually... Oh, I did actually create some. Okay. Still have 13 frag mines. I very rarely use mines, so I'm gonna go ahead and create a couple more med packs. I can always break down more frag mines if I need more chemicals. Also, I was expecting him to set off that poison trap. I don't know where exactly it is, but... Stabilization subroutine. Nifty. Picked up a scope or something. I still don't get how the DC and the percent chance work together. Is it like a 25% chance that they'll be slowed if they fail the DC? Because that seems like a significantly lower chance than 25%. Still, it's better than just keen, so, I mean, yeah. Right, I had this one on there because the other one had keen, which, if I'm remembering correctly, expands the range. Basically increases your chance of getting a crit. On. I think Bowder has the finesse melee weapons. Doesn't he?
What's going on?
No? Oh. I guess I gave him a sword because his strength is higher than his dex. That makes sense. For some reason I was remembering it the other way around. Fair enough then. So I don't know why it does this every time I come out of the workbench. Alright, next room should be the hangar. The question is, how many more robots are we gonna have to take out first? Possibly none, although I feel like probably control room, maybe.
What's going on?
I have a hard time believing that we're not gonna have some resistance. After all, there's a force field here after all. Hello? Oh, I forgot. I had... Right, that. Oh. Well, he might be disabled. He looks a little disabled. That sounded like an insult. I didn't mean it like that. It just meant he looks a little droopy.
There she is, one orbital shuttle. Looks like it's in serviceable condition. That's all a moot point, though.
Why is that?
The hangar bay doors are closed. I don't fancy flying the shuttle through solid metal, so I'd say we need to find a way to get them open. We'll also need to find the ignition codes for the shuttle, or else we'll have some trouble getting off the ground. If we get all that, I wouldn't worry about what shape this heap is in. I'll get it running.
I believe you. Interesting. Okay. That one's been deactivated. I think that's the first one I've found so far that might have been deactivated by my console thingy before. Gotta check the corners for stray loot, of course.
been poisoned.
One of the most interesting in-game names I've seen was Tactical Tampon. That is a very interesting one. It's an extremely interesting one. Ah. I always wonder how people come up with these. Honestly, that one sounds a little bit like one of those, you know how Reddit generates like automatic usernames for you? It kind of sounds like one of those a little bit. Sounds like someone got a really weird one and liked it and kept it. Base reactors offline. Cannot unlock. Alright. So that's the part that makes us go all the way down here. Gotcha. I figured there would be something.
Let's go.
Please. Thank you. Oh, finally. Turn off security gas vents, please, dear God. Those things are annoying as fuck. I was really expecting there to be like a whole fleet of droids, or whatever you call a group. What is a group of droids called? A squad? That'd be, I guess, maybe? Right on the other side of the door. Okay, there's one. Be more on those corners. Still haven't figured out what turning off the automatic turrets did. Unless it was supposed to be a way for me to do it in that room with the 4 of them, like, instead of destroying them. I just call them all the same. Clankers. Honestly, blankets is funnier. Doesn't make nearly as much sense, but it's funnier. Understandable. I actually have a t-shirt that just says frankly, autocorrect, I'm getting a bit tired of your shirt. That is perfect for such moments. Of course, the days I wear it are never the days when I actually have autocorrect errors. Obviously, because it's just one of the laws of the universe. But especially the movie The Big Stick. Or wait, The Big Sick? I don't think I've seen a movie by that name or The Big Stick. I'm not 100% sure which one you meant. But assuming either way, it doesn't ring a bell. I don't know why I read it as stick. There's no T there. Cannot be opened from here. May be controlled by a nearby terminal. Be willing to bet that's kind of like the ones in the Progress mining facility, where it's like an out only. Like if we go down the base sub-level, we can probably come back out here if I had to guess. Girlfriend and I watched it once. I suggested to her through a text message for date night. It auto-corrected to the hug pic. I don't know which one's funnier. Autocorrect really is just absolutely having its way with you tonight, isn't it? That's funny. Keeps throwing me off that I can click on their heads, but they don't actually have any loot. And this is a fake door. It is indeed a fake door. Got it. I do camera corner checking for surprise droids. Oh, there's one. This is why we do the camera corner checking. Gotcha. We don't get jump scared by that guy. Try the lockout bypass. Probably just a security skill buff, but it sounds fancy. Ow. Sorry. Somehow I just managed to hit my ankle bone on the foot of my chair. Because I'm a dumbass and it's not like I've been using the same chair for like years or anything. Jeez. Okay, well I wasn't even thinking there, but I guess we can confirm that the gas turned off. Crap. Wow, someone else. Are you part of a rescue team? Who are you? I'm part of the first Zerk salvage team. I hid here when the turrets and droids went online. I haven't been able to reach anyone. You're here to get us out of here, yes? Zerk salvage team. So he's not a merc. There's something to be said for gratitude keeping him from being super pissed at me for killing the mercs on the surface, even if he would normally care. He might not now. I wish there was an option to ask him what the hell's going on. Basically, my biggest hesitation here is two things. One, if I tell him to follow me out, will I still get a chance to ask him questions? And two, if I ask him why would I waste my time in hopes that he tells me more about what the fuck's going on down here, basically, how many morally gray options can I choose and still check the box of trying to be as light-sided as possible by the time I get to Korriban? I don't know the answer to that question, so I'm kind of mostly focused on the first one. Because salvage team, he's not shooting at me. Sounds like he got a rough job and got stuck and is probably very, very, very happy to see another living creature. So I have no problem helping him out. My only real hesitation is he might have information that I need. Well, rather, he might have information, and if he does, I need it. There we go. It's not auto-correct. One time my friend's mom put me and a few others in a group chat together after his grandmother passed away, since all our families were close like family. One of my friends sent, when she said his grandmother passed away, I think it was lots of love. I was expecting it to be your friend's mom who did that, but yeah, that's a fair one, I think. Especially in the early days, I feel like there was some ambiguity about that one for a while. Like, I remember when I was in high school, I heard both versions. So I never used it because I didn't know which version was right, and I was afraid that somebody was fucking with me, so I just didn't use it at all for a while. And eventually it became clear just through usage what it was actually being taken to mean most often, you know? Not very tech savvy. Fair enough. Okay, I'm fine with leading him out, but I don't want to risk losing the information, and because he does work for Zerka, it's kind of how I'm justifying the morally gray option in this case, because on the one hand, he's just a guy doing his job, but on the other hand, he does work for Zerka, so why would I waste my time? I've got some decent salvage, you could have that. I don't know whether it's it's probably not an Obsidian thing. Because I feel like there have definitely been options like this in BioWare games also. Probably even KOTOR 1. But dialogues like this, where the choices are not very clear about which direction you're choosing, like, yes, but I could just take that now, is an obvious prompt for what else are you going to give me? But they don't make it clear whether you have to choose give it to me in order for him to give it to you and then you lead him out. Or whether now that you've established that he's offered it, you can say follow me out and he'll still give you the stuff, if that makes sense. Like, it's also kind of a shame that can't ask for answers. Maybe he doesn't know anything and the game just forgot to indicate that to me or something. The only reason I'm considering option 2 is in case I go, yes, but I could just take that now, and his follow-up is, I can tell you all about the facility, you know, which is kind of more what I'm looking for anyway. Not that I will turn down decent salvage, or really any salvage. I am the quintessential RPG player pack rat all the way through my heart and soul. So I will take any and all goodies and random shit that can be gotten. But this gives me an opportunity to learn a little something about how they imply dialogue in case something like this comes up again in the future. So I'm going to choose follow me out. And if it does not result in him giving me the salvage, I'm going to reload the quick save and go with one of the other options. But I want to see if, now that we've established that he's offering me salvage in exchange for rescue, whether follow me up now works to do both of those things, if that makes sense. I will, thank you. Oh, I actually do have to lead them all the way out. I'm glad I turned the vents off. Hopefully I did it for the whole facility because, you know, it would be inconvenient. Have him die halfway to the door. I ran over a grate. Wait. Where'd he go? He was right behind me. Dude? Hello? Change to Jim, is he where he is? Wait, who's Jim? He got stuck on the box, I guess. Okay. You have to teach him how to run now. He's not in my list of, people down here. How do I change to him if he's not? Also, something is stuck on my screen. I just realized. Hold on. Oh. Darth Styx's raid earlier. Out epicked my emote overlay. My emotes got stuck. We had permanent confetti. Awesome. There are worse problems to have. Oh, no, I was talking about the dude who's supposed to be following me got stuck on a box and failed to follow. To be fair, I was not very clear when I said where did he go, which he I was talking about. It really could have been anybody. Fair enough. Thank you again. I'll wait here for the next freighter. Son of a bitch. Also, what? Not ominous at all.
I have felt it too, my lord. A disturbance in the Force. It was difficult to make out, my lord. At first it was such a quiet thing. I did not notice it, but now I wonder as if it has always been there. I merely could not hear it before. The sound built so slowly, yet when you listen for it, you can make out the strains, even over the background life of the universe. Do you feel it is a...
I hope I'm not supposed to be understanding.
You are the darkness in which all life dies, my lord. All life exists to feed your power. And my life is yours. I beg you, please, let me die.
I hope I'm not supposed to be able to understand what he's saying, because there are no subtitles either.
Yes, this disturbance echoes through the Force. I can follow it to its source and bring it to you. I will leave at once, my lord.
There's so many creepy people on ships in this game. Also all that, and I said if I didn't get the stuff back, I was gonna... Or if I didn't get stuff after all, I was gonna, reload the quick save. Save over that one in case it goes not like intended. We get to watch the creepy movie again.
Tawancha morichiwa mufa kawanabo tonata biazvi dahu.
Okay. I don't know why I'm being extra kind to this guy. I straight up shot all the other Zerka people in this place already. To be fair though, they also shot at me first, and he hasn't yet. Which is a pretty major distinction, honestly. I want to see if he gives me more information. Yes, but I could just take that now. Please, just help me out. Okay, this is interesting and weird, and I'm not sure I like it. It goes back to these two. Given that we already tried to follow me out and he didn't give me anything, that would imply that now my only option if I actually want to get something is, why don't I just help myself to whatever you've got? Which I assume is going to be instant combat. You're insane, get away from me. Yeah, okay. We're doing it for science, okay? Science and possible future need of understanding obsidian dialogue. Okay, give it to me. Here, take it, just get me out of here. Why you just have me charged for robbery? Honestly, I feel like even if he does just have me charged for robbery, if Zerka's gonna try and charge me with shit, it's probably gonna be the 24 friggin' mercenaries I murdered up on the surface, so robbery is probably the least of my worries at that point. Okay. Follow me out. Oh, thank you. Didn't say I got new stuff. Although I didn't have an ion grenade before. So, maybe... Interesting. Maybe it just didn't tell me that I got stuff. Am I thinking of KOTOR 1, where when the little window popped up after a thing, it would say like light side points gained, and then it would say like items gained or items lost or whatever whenever you like use stuff? Does it not tell you about items gotten, like received or lost in this game? If so, I'm gonna feel a little dumb for redoing this whole thing. Oh, there we go. Never mind. I take it back. See? Items received. Okay, so I didn't get them before, and that was real. Okay. Oh, sweet. I actually needed that advanced med pack. That's very useful. And the antidote kit, although to be fair, I have turned off the stupid gas traps now. Okay. Cool. Zero regrets. Hello? He's kind of a pain to lead because he doesn't know how to walk, but it's okay. It's worth redoing for the loot. Hated this guy? Yep. That's what happened the first time I tried to run out with him. He got stuck right here on this box. I got all the way to the door before I figured it out. I had to turn around and come all the way back. So I've actually done this run like... Well, by the time I finish this, I will have done it 2.5 times. Hello? Yeah. I'm doubling down on what I was saying earlier. So far, the biggest, like, most distinct difference I've noticed between BioWare with KOTOR 1 and Obsidian with KOTOR 2 is that Obsidian could take some notes on pathing. Because I didn't have trouble getting people to go where I wanted them to go and hit the enemies I wanted them to hit in KOTOR 1. And that seems to be a little bit of a coin flip in this one. And then there's this guy. I'm starting to think maybe it's not just a combat pathing thing. Maybe Obsidian's pathing is just questionable. I am willing to be proven wrong. However, so far, I'm seeing a pattern.
Kawana bota yunta tanga.
Okay. We're gonna watch the movie again anyway, because I just want to make sure that it wasn't a bug and I'm actually not supposed to be understanding what this guy is saying. I thought it was a glitch at first, because honestly, sometimes the things people say sound like gobbledygook to me anyway. So when he first started talking, I thought the bug was that there were no captions, and then I gradually got more and more certain that it wasn't just my brain that couldn't understand his words, and he actually wasn't speaking real words. Obsidian's really good at getting games up fast, but you see some notches. Makes sense.
I have felt it too, my lord. A disturbance in the Force.
Okay, I'm assuming it's not a bug, or if it is, it's a persistent one. And the lack of captions.
To make out, my lord. At first, it was such a quiet thing. I did not notice it, but now I wonder as if it has always been there. I merely could not hear it before. The sound built so slowly, yet when you listen for it, you can make out the strains, even over the background life of the universe.
Lack of captions reassures me that it's not just my
you
brain and
feel
I'm
it
not
is a-
really supposed to understand what he's saying.
You
To
are the
most.
darkness.
You mean it is possible to understand what he's
Dies,
saying?
my lord.
I mean, it's not for me, I guarantee that, but...
All life
Or do you mean most people in-game also?
exists to feed your
'Cause-
power.
Fair.
And my life. My life is yours. I beg you, please. Let me die. Yes, this disturbance echoes through the Force. I can follow it to its source and bring it to you.
Quite this guy, though.
I will leave it once, my lord.
I said it the last time this played through, but gonna say it again because it's worth saying again. There sure are a lot of creepy ass guys on ships in this game. So I'm just gonna save over the big one. Save that. I've got my goodies. And now back we go. Again. Thank God for no more poison vents. I don't... There's a... Right over here. This hallway, though. Probably should have waited till I got back here to bother overwriting that save, but oh well. Uh-oh. That guy just took off running. I wonder if he can come around behind us, because that'd be a pain in the ass. Oh. Oh, okay. There's a wall there. So they did stop. That's good, I guess. Also, this is a... I just realized this is a very interesting arrangement of rooms here. For a second, I thought there might be a hallway that went around. Should I go around even if I could? Probably not. Probably need the XP, especially since I dodged the mercenaries on the beach. But it doesn't look to be that anyway. It looks like just a room with a couple of closets or something. Either way, there's loot over here before I get that far. At least I think there is. Don't get too close there, Adden. Two regular med packs, nice. I wonder how that actually evens out in terms of expenditure of chemicals, like the mine in exchange for 2 med packs and adrenal stamina? Is that the other thing I just picked up? I think so. Hey, Alpha, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome in. I do only see the 2 of them, which is generally a good start.
What's going on?
And wake up, we're in combat. It's like Karth in the friggin' Starforge, facing completely the wrong direction and shooting at an empty door.
Say the word.
How do you like that?
Could have gone worse. Didn't drop anything. How rude. What happened to my auto pause? What the hell? Also, Atten, you were set to ranged. What the fuck are you doing, dude? Unless he was too far away, I guess, but... KOTOR, facing the wrong direction, doesn't even know we're in combat yet. Crack team of assassins I've got here. I sure hope those guys can't open doors. Although that door is open, which kind of makes me wonder if maybe they can. I just appear I might have fallen to bed. You up at 5:30? Goodness gracious. I don't know what time it is for you, but that is very early no matter what the current time for you is. I hope you sleep well. Definitely do not sleep deprive yourself on my account. That sucks. Ah, Eastern time. Me too. I hope you get good rest and sleep well. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. I appreciate that. Even though Force Valor won't increase their attack and damage as much as Battle Meditation will, it'll increase hit points and dodge abilities, or like easiness to hit abilities. Also, Miss Templar works 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Oof. Those night shifts, man, that is brutal. That's definitely a rough schedule. For both of you, honestly. I think I'm gonna do Force Valor because it should increase hit points a little bit. If it adds 2 to everything, or all physical attributes, not everything, but yeah, I'm not a fan of morning shifts either. Not at all. But then, welcome to the Discord. I usually close... Oh, wait. I did close Discord. Huh. Cool. Apparently you joining the Discord gets Trump privileges. I thought I left Discord open in streamer mode. No, I actually did close it like I usually do. But apparently, new friends in the Discord counts for background notifications. Cool. Welcome in. I can hardly even tell that the cat cam is a cat at the moment. It looks a little bit like one of those fluffy round pillows. Like the $5 ones from like Walmart or something. Alright, so it increases physical stats by 2. That should increase Constitution and Dex modifiers by 1 each. And Strength, I guess, technically, but... I guess it'll give Baudur a +1 to damage, since he's using Strength-based melee. Actually, I guess it would give Atten that too. It would just be via Dex instead of Strength. I'm thinking through this very slowly and out loud. I apologize. You have to be up at 5:30 to be at work by 6ish. Find parking to start work by 6:30. Yeah. I feel a little silly complaining about it given that schedule, but I have to be at work at 9 on Thursdays and Fridays, which is normal for most people, but I have to get up at 7 or no later than 7:15 in order to get there on time. And Janobi gets home from work at like 10:45 p.m. So there is no, like, even if I had the self-discipline to try to go to bed right when he's getting home anyway, I wouldn't be able to fall asleep anyway, so it's kind of just I sleep in on Saturdays and make up for the sleep deprivation the prior 2 days on a weekly basis type of thing. No, not that first. This first. And then that. I think. Except, my character does whatever the fuck she wants to first. Sound effects seem louder than usual. They seem louder than usual to anybody else.
I hear you.
So far, I have no regrets about taking heal as my power for the last level up. None whatsoever. I'm a little nervous about that room. Still gonna go click on the panel in a minute, but... But where's the fourth one? Because there are 4 over there, and we just killed 3. Assuming at one point there were 4 over here, that makes me a little nervous. Why? Of course, the side where this is an actual door is the side still full of robots. Ah. Status charging. Overload. Overload. Overload drone recharging stations. Yes, that. Oh my god, that was so fucking loud. What the hell? Hold on. Maybe that's not a sound effect volume. Maybe that counts as like a voice volume. So that's unfortunate, because, dude, that was loud as fuck. Even jump scared me. Overloin. Yeah, basically. Hey, Tosta, how's it going? Good to see you. You gotta overloin the droids, you know. Necessary steps. Did I miss an option? On the map, it shows that as being a real door. I wonder if that's one like this, where it's a come out only type of thing. I mean, this may be controlled by a nearby terminal, but neither of the nearby terminals seems to have anything to do with the door, so... proceed onward. It sounds like a cut of beef. Kind of does. I see no sneaky corner droids this time.
Let's go.
I don't know if I'm just being extra paranoid today, but this empty hallway feels like a trap.
Let me handle this.
We plan to go to the reactor first, since that's what we know we need for the hangar bay door. But I imagine that something is going to come up that will make us go to the sublevel anyway. And if not, we gotta explore, so we'll go anyway. But I imagine it's going to be a non-optional thing, regardless. Corner camera droid check. Guessing this door won't open. Oh. Oh no, not another one of you. Well, it's already damaged.
This droid has been damaged and does not appear to be functional.
In 2 games, I've only run into 1 HK droid of this particular hue. He was an evil motherfucker. I don't know if I want to reactivate you. But curiosity wins. I might regret it, but yeah, I can program it to follow me, for better or for worse. Oh, okay. Patrol mode engaged. Once you end the session, the droid will follow you. Okay, I will say one thing I like about this game, assuming this proves true, I like that they changed patrol mode to where it doesn't just follow its own, like, preset path. Because it seemed like almost every time I set a droid on patrol mode in KOTOR 1, whatever its, like, preset patrol path was ended up not even being useful to me at all. Usually it was back along the way I had already cleared. So having it follow me is better. Uh-oh. That was dramatic and pointless? Question mark? Apparently I didn't fix him very well. He didn't even leave behind any scraps. What just happened? Okay. I'm expecting corner droids here. I'm not seeing any, though. Okay. That's a fake door. He's a turret there. 2, like. Don't see any the war droids or military, whatever they're called. War droids, military droids, something like that. I don't see any of those guys this time. It's potentially useful. Again, I don't know why I'm so paranoid tonight, but it also kind of makes me suspicious, and I don't even know why. It's not even like, I mean, we've been doing okay. It's not even like every battle has been a near TPK or anything. Like, for the most part, we've been alright. So I don't know why I'm so freaking paranoid, but everything feels like a trap tonight, apparently. Let me see if I can get a better angle on the cat cam. There we go. Okay.
Yeah?
Interesting. Don't tell me that the turrets I disabled all the way back in the very first room were actually, like, all the way down here. Okay, they've been disabled. I mean, I'm not gonna argue with it. I feel a little silly for being so paranoid, but also kind of not, because... Also that dude. Although... to repeat my earlier accidental misspeak again, he looks kind of disabled. I should probably just stop saying that. In the context of a droid, okay? Oh, hey. Okay. Wake up and come for snuggles. About ready for some dinner soon. What? I thought you wanted after nap snuggles. That's usually what you come yelling at me for. No? Alright, let's start the reaction and see what happens. Uh-oh. Big uh-oh. Very, very large uh-oh. Of course they're all online now. I'm surprised this guy isn't. Hi. Sleepy little head bonk. Just want some head scratch. What are you looking for? I mean, I'm getting attacked by droids, but one can always pause to give kitty cat head scratches. What? No? I mean, you're over here head bonking me. Yeah? Giving me these sleepy little grunts. Rah, rah. Oh. Oh. No. Hungry? The hair all over my face. You're asking for brushing, now is really not a good time. Sometimes he'll come and climb up in my lap and like headbutt me and rub on me, and then he'll like rub his face on the desk and then back at me, and that's usually his signal that he wants me to brush him. Kinda not a good time right now though, buddy. You just want scritches. You just want a lap and scritches, but not hold. I see. That reminds me, I meant to fix my cat break scene week, and I completely forgot. Oh. I'm gonna say this while I'm thinking about it. I will probably remember to say it again at the end of stream, but since I never know when that's gonna be or gonna be around, I should probably say it a couple of times. Next week, I will not be streaming on Monday because Shinobi and Ghost and I are going to the beach. Ghost also, yes. In fact, I should show you guys what Shinobi got for Ghost for the beach. Hang on, I gotta zoom the cat cam out for this. This is a cat stroller. You guys get the idea. So that we can take him actually to the beach with us without having to carry 9 pounds of cat in a backpack. Because 9 pounds isn't exactly a whole lot for a cat, but when you're out on the beach and walking on sand and all that stuff, it, you know, adds up over time. I have been to this beach before. Ghost has actually been to this beach once before. A few years ago. Shinobi has not. So it's gonna be fun. We're actually gonna go visit near where I used to live in Florida. For anybody who's been around quite a while might remember that when I first started streaming, I was actually living in Florida. And so we're gonna go visit. I'm gonna show them around and stuff. gonna be fun. Ghost has been on the beach once. Like paws in the sand on the beach. Last summer, we did like a day and a half trip to a beach in North Carolina. And we carried him around on the beach for like the half day part. But it was crowded enough and like the waves were loud enough and everything that we decided it was better to just let him observe from the backpack rather than actually being on the beach. Especially because there were a lot of people around and stuff. But we went in June last time. So this time we're going in September when, you know, schools are back in session, and we're going like during the week. We're leaving Monday and coming back Friday. So it'll generally be less occupied overall. And it's on the Gulf of Mexico, so in terms of like ocean noise, it's like a fraction of what it is on the East Coast because it's the Gulf instead of the Atlantic Ocean. So the waves are like this big instead of like this big or whatever. That was a really bad comparison, but you get what I mean. I think he is hungry because I can hear him messing with his food plate. You guys will give me just a second. I'm gonna go give him his dinner. I'll be right back. That's just not a thing with people. Like, sure, it applies to apples, applies to bread, applies to friggin' cheese, I don't know. Any number of things that don't have sentient thought, except that it's always applied to people. If the phone isn't pulling it this direction, it should be fine. I think. Got my supervisor installed. Isn't that right? Say hey. Ooh, I did a lot with him. I went from +1 to a +13. Yay, people like me now. That's just not a thing with people. Like, sure, it applies to apples, applies to bread, applies to friggin' cheese, I don't know. Any number of things that don't have sentient thought, except that it's always applied to people. I'm doing the healthiest possible thing and ignoring problems in favor of gaming. That's a thing, right? For real, though. For real. Much giggling this stream, apparently. But hey, nothing wrong with some laughter. If I give you some crunchies, will you let me die from my own incompetence instead of because I have a furry butt blocking the way? I can mountain climb. I am a good mountain climber. Honestly, I'm kind of okay with the fact that I haven't taken the stealing skill yet, just because it means that I get to say, stuff I have covered, but I don't pick pockets. It just sounds so condescending. Oops, wrong window again.
More of a second story man, eh? So was I back in the day. The thrill of the hunt.
Well, this is not a great place to be. I am down in a hole. You can shoot at me like fish in a barrel. There is no particularly easy way for me to extricate myself from this situation. Any time before October. Ever. I wish my hair grew half as fast as your fur does. It'd be way thicker if it did. It's like I can definitely sit here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, thank you. I guess it's a headrest. I will try it. I want that as an animated emote now. I do. I wonder if Mojang would sue me. I suppose. It's like new. Oh! Alright. Look how excited. Hold on, let me adjust the cat cam here.
Sniper in your midst. It will turn on you and strike when you least expect. That is in its nature.
I'm sorry, did you just call my sister an it? Win-win scenario. I see what you did there. Okay, thank you guys for your patience. I've actually got a question for anybody who's been hanging around for the last couple of weeks. If you've noticed, have the clips still been particularly like repetitive? The first couple of weeks I had the clip shuffler on the BRB screen. I didn't realize that it was shuffling them by like a specific pattern, but it was restarting it every time I switched to the scene. So every time it would be like the same 6 clips in the same order. And I thought I fixed it. I don't remember what I sorted it by, but I sorted it by something that made sense at the time. And I tried to set it so that it would resume from where it left off each time, so it would be going through my entire clip catalog. Seemed a little repetitive. Okay, interesting. Because I realized that while I've been feeding ghosts and stuff the last couple of weeks, like a lot of times I can't hear the clips from the kitchen, but the ones I can hear, I never noticed it being any of the recent ones. And I've actually made a lot of clips recently because I've been actually like being better about putting shorts on YouTube and stuff. And because I have 0 video editing skills, the easiest way to do it is to make the portrait mode on Twitch and then just export it. But I haven't seen any of the new or the more recent ones. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna... One second. Nine months of chill vibes, hell yeah. That's what we go for. I mean, that's what we low-key go for. We're too chill to very seriously go for much, but if we were to strive for anything on this channel, it would certainly be chill vibes. Oh. Oh, okay, you're just trading. Give me just a second. So, my son. Problem is, I try not to bluff unless I'm not bluffing. Wait a second, that was a dumb... You, sir, has been summoned from the depths of Sleepy Buzzland. There we go. He managed to flop the corner of the comforter over on top of his head. The rest of him was not under the comforter, just the corner. He's a sweetie pie. Say hi to Tim. Isn't your handsome glass? Yeah. That feels like a clarification. Question? What the fuck was that? What is a clarification? Blink. I just invented a new word. Apparently it's easier to say than clarification question. I'm supposed to ask. You're awesome. It feels like a clarification question that I'm supposed to ask. Oh, it's playing it from two windows. My bad. Sitting here going, why do I have two clips going at the same time? Okay. I was just pulling up the tab to remind me to try and fix it later. Apparently, I sorted it by high to low views, which I get why I thought that made sense at the time, because it was kind of randomized. It was, instead of going like game by game, or by like clip length, it would kind of mix them up organically, if that makes sense. But I'm not convinced that it's actually, hold on. We just heard that one. I don't think it's actually playing them in this order. Oh wait, some of, well, no, because it started on this one. Huh. Weird. I don't know if the views didn't, or the sort by didn't get like applied. Oh well, I'll deal with it later. Thank you guys for the letting me know. Back to the actual game now, I swear. Jesus. It's already almost dead. Off to a fantastic start, clearly. Did not see.
I hear you.
I had to double check and make sure there was no way to turn the droids back off from there, because I would have felt really dumb if we went and fought them all.
More where that came from.
Take them down.
That went faster than I honestly thought it was going to. Be willing to bet this door might have been where that big guy was, but I'm not 100% sure. Either there or maybe in here. I never did figure out how to open that door, so I don't actually know. I just remembered that I remembered to turn off motion blur. I did that before last week, but I had forgotten about it until I realized I wasn't getting dizzy. Okay, we can't just blindly running into any hallway now, because there's a big scary dude here somewhere. Okay, maybe it's not that door. Part of me wants to head back toward the hangar control room, since we got the reactor on. And part of me is tempted to say, fuck it, we're gonna end up in the sub-level anyway, right? Might as well go now. Well, there's a big scary dude up here somewhere. Except now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know that he is up here somewhere. He could be down there for all I know. I'll come back. I said that about not blindly running into hallways, and then I went and did that anyway. That door wasn't open before. This just feels creepier and creepier. I'm glad I overloaded the chargers while I could, because I have a feeling they would have been in the hallways hunting me down. But it makes me nervous when the door is open. Saw like cutscene or whatever of a big scary droid dude, and I don't know where he is. Okay. Eye's good. A data pad. Data pad contains the ignition code for the orbital shuttle in the underground hangar. Can't talk, but I could read well enough to know that we got a thingy I forgot we needed. Ignition codes are worthy of a full save. Might regret this. But I want to know if he's up here. Partially, I just want to know that he's not behind me. Hey, Sean, how's it going? Good to see you. How you doing? Hey, we've got hangar doors unlocked. Oh, there he is. We have another treadmill invention. Not the first time in a KOTOR game that I've reinvented the treadmill. First time in this game, though. Also first time with a droid. It's going alright. Until now, I was feeling extra paranoid for no particular reason. Now I'm feeling extra paranoid for very large, scary reasons. I have a feeling stun droid is not gonna do. Nope, no lightsabers. Have you played through this one? I feel like I've asked you that before. But if I have, I forgot what you said. I don't think the stun droid is gonna do the trick on this guy. Ah, right, okay. I do remember that now. Yeah, no lightsabers yet. It even kind of looks like he's on a treadmill. Kind of a shame. Hangar doors are unlocked now. Kind of a shame I can't just, like... Kind of a shame he doesn't just keep walking out the door, really. I can't just give him a little push from behind and just send him out into space somewhere. That would be much easier. Open them and eat it. Exactly! I don't actually know how to open them. Now that I'm thinking about it. It did say that they were unlocked. It did not say that they were... I assume it's like a garage door opener where you open them once you get in the shuttle. The question is, I haven't been down to whatever's in the military base sub-level yet. I backtracked because they showed me a cutscene clip of the door opening to reveal this guy, and I didn't want him behind me, so I came back to find out where he was before I went down to whatever's in the sub-level. Don't see metal swords doing much against them. Yeah, to be fair, I think one of my... Not that one. If I'm remembering correctly, though... Yeah, my offhand weapon does extra damage against droids. But not much. Not enough for a fucking tank. Who's, like, the height of the shuttlecraft. I mean, he seems pretty content there, honestly. I'm kind of thinking maybe we go see what's down at sub-level and just leave him to his treadmilling. He's a droid, so I don't imagine he'll wear himself out, but he doesn't seem particularly eager to go anywhere but wherever he's currently trying to go. Anyway. Wanted to make sure I knew that I wasn't going to walk around a random corner and get just absolutely obliterated. God, you can't turn on the ship remotely and torch him. That would be nice. It's a shuttle, so I don't know if it even has weapons. But I mean, it could, like... It's big enough to, like, run him into a wall or something, surely. Or give him a nice little shove out into space, you know. Oh. Well, that was anticlimactic. Can't even go down there at this point. Okay, never mind then. I guess the only thing left is to deal with the tank droid. All of that hype and decision making only get thwarted by magnetic lock. And a little... Haha, just kidding. And we told you this door was interactable. Silly you. Oh, damn. I was trying to remember which room had workstation in it. And it's past the giant droid dude. Shit. Okay. Well, it was probably a smart thought in a different world where it was somewhere else. Just kidding. Before mega yikes. That's descriptive enough, I think.
I hear you.
Yeah? Let's go.
Time to even the odds.
Okay. I will say.
Time to take you down to size.
Take them down.
But I was a hair too late on that. Maybe not. I think I saved myself by a fraction of a second there. I was absolutely going down. Damn. Oh, wait, I forgot. I have to actually, like, go out and then switch characters, go back in for the effects thing to change. Of course, Valerie is already gone. looked like one of those flamethrower things that some of the other droids have. We'll give him the Arcanian one, I think. Hold on. Yeah, the Progress Mining Shield is good because I've got multiple of them for, like, heat specific, but now that I have one Arcanian one, it actually absorbs more heat damage in addition to other kinds, so I'll give him that. Okay, apparently there's no that one.
I hear you.
Okay, he does still have the strength. I don't think he active, that's good. So his intelligence modifier is 0. So DC attacking character's level plus intelligence modifier. So 10 plus 0. I have a feeling that this gigantic tank droid has no problem making a fortitude save of DC 10. I also don't actually know if that stacks with Keen. Because he has Keen on one of his yeah, I think only one of his Oh. Damn, I think I forgot that this one wasn't upgradable, and I think the one I upgraded is the one Cray is holding. Oops. But I thought this one did have... fully upgradable. I know, unless I have 2 Republic blasters and somebody else has the other one. Oh, no, it's the one he's holding. That was the second one I upgraded. I knew I put a scope on the Syntech Oral Blaster, I just forgot who was holding it. So unless she has a Republic Blaster and I accidentally upgraded hers, I don't remember what she has. I thought she had a sword of some kind, but I don't remember for sure. All of this to say, I was trying to think of whether Sniper Shot actually did him any good, because I don't know if Keen stacks with the double crit range of sniper shot. Not that any of it matters, because I probably don't. Because there's probably no chance this droid fails a DC-10 fortitude save anyway.
Just say the word.
I didn't know how long that last hit point was going to hold him out for. Honestly, this thing was so big, I really expected that to go worse than it did. I'm almost afraid to say that because I'm half expecting it to, like, come back to life or some crazy shit, but... Whew. Hey, only one of us went down. That's a win. Maybe I ought to start using the death counter for any time a party member goes down, instead of just when the entire party goes down. It would certainly make for some more dramatic numbers. Around there, new corners to check for loot. We do be buggy though, my goodness. Oh. Titanium blaster rifle. Durasteel heavy armor. How much you want to bet it's light armor? So far the pattern hasn't broken. There's been one time when it was called heavy and it was actually medium armor. But I maintain that I still haven't seen a single set of armor called heavy armor that was actually heavy armor. Seriously? The first three opened and not the fourth? You made 1 out of 3, not actually a loot box. Or 1 out of 4, rather. Okay. Interesting choice. Something keeps being like... Make sure it's not my mouse. Because out of the corner of my eye, I keep seeing something intractable and it keeps throwing me off. And there's this one right there. There's one spot where the camera like hitches and it's like with my head. The old orbital shuttle doesn't have a hyperdrive, but it can get you out of the restoration zone.
I don't know what it is, but you look different. It's hard to explain, but it's It's good to see.
I have a hard time imagining that I actually feel like I'm more in touch with the Force than I've ever been, considering I was a full, like, combat Jedi at one point. But I can also see how, like, if you're really thirsty for a while, and then you get nice cold water, you're like, oh man, this feels like the most refreshing water I've ever drank before. You know what I mean? Like that kind of rebound feeling. I could see that kind of being the case with the Force, but it's hard to explain. But even with everything that's happening, I feel at peace.
It shows. It's kind of inspiring, to be honest. Anyway, just wanted to mention it. I think the others have noticed it too.
Questions for you.
All right. What did you want to know?
Nothing new, apparently.
Hey, General, are you alright?
What are you talking about?
You look like you've been standing too close to one of my shield generators.
I look electrocuted? I'm getting mixed signals here, guys. I either look absolutely horrendous, or I look better than they've ever seen me. Depending on who you ask. If he turns around and says, I think the others have noticed too, I'm gonna lose it. Because they'll both be saying the same but opposite things and they'll both be wrong. I like Baldur, and he strikes me as the type that I might be able to have sort of a banter with. He seems a little bit like the type. Maybe. I may have been a little overly jaded by KOTOR 1 and those characters' inability to tell when I'm teasing. Like, good-naturedly. I may have been a little bit, made a little bit more hesitant than usual about dialogue option choices, but you're one to talk.
Whoa, claws out today, aren't they?
I didn't. Now whose claws are out?
Seriously, you don't look that way from spending extra time in the fresher. I've seen other Jedi, not many but a few, who look like that. And I feel a little strange around you. A little more in control, calm, like I usually only get when I'm repairing something.
When you use Force Lightning, does your hair stand on end? Well, this character can't use Force Lightning. But I imagine it probably would. Except Darth Malak. When Darth Malak uses it, her hair does not stand on end because she's too cool for that. Or not Malak, Revan. Jesus. God, I don't... My tongue is betraying me. My brain is thinking the right things and my mouth is saying the wrong ones and making me sound stupid. When one is in touch with the Force, it can manifest itself visibly. It sounds a little bit Jedi-y and pretentious for my taste, but it's a Jedi thing sounds more dismissive than I want to go for, so.
Was this something you wanted me for?
Apparently not.
Something up?
we're gonna do. We're gonna update the full save to here. Oh. Oh. I didn't actually mean to... I meant to go around it. But okay. And hopefully I can run through here without fear or paranoia now. Hopefully. I didn't see any repair droids, but you never know. I want to see if this door is still locked now that the tank droid is down. If it is, I'm just going to reload the full save instead of running all the way back through the facility, because... lazy! That's why. Cannot be opened. Okie dokie. Means one of two things. Either I shouldn't have gone to the reactor first, and I should have gone there first, and now I'm locked out of it. Or I'm just not supposed to be able to access it yet. Which means I'm probably going to end up back here again. If I don't end up back here again, then I guess we'll know which one it was. Oh, I said I was going to reload the save. Then just out of habit I was running and I wasn't even thinking. Oh well, we're here now. Whatever. Autopilot, exactly. Alright, let's take it to the shielded mesa and Telos' polar region. That was some very grandiose takeoff music for a shuttle. What the fuck was that?
Statement. We have arrived too late. The target has evaded us. We must pursue it. Observation. You've likely escaped aboard the orbital shuttle that has been docked here. The bay control computer likely will have a record of their departure. Query. Have you discovered anything about the shuttle's course? Answer. I have managed to track the shuttle's movement across the SHIELD network. However, the SHIELD network does not stretch over the polar region, which was the shuttle's apparent destination. Statement. Dispatch a unit to the polar region with the last known coordinates and approximate path of the shuttle. They will not escape us again.
Well, this can't be any worse than last time. So that's the hole in the SHIELD network, huh? Doesn't look like much to me.
Oh goody, more of them. These assholes are everywhere.
You've got to be kidding me. It's not my fault.
Well, you did have to go and say that. About it not being worse than last time. At least it was snow this time instead of rock, I guess.
Egotistic praise. An excellent shot, even with the prevailing winds. I couldn't have done it better myself.
How do we keep flopping out of the shuttlecraft every time one crashes?
I picked up on the heat forms
Also,
of
is
the
that
Jedi
Kreia?
and their allies. Activate the mines and prime the self-destruct sequences.
Happened to Bowdoin.
Relieved statement. Oh, Jedi, it is good to see you intact. We were concerned that shooting down your shuttle would damage you irreparably. Quick clarification, but now that we have found you, we hope that we can facilitate communications. Unnecessary addendum. And put an end to hostilities.
Why do I feel like that reprogrammed Zerka droid is not the only droid on the planet who can lie? I get the distinct feeling that that is not as unique a trait as one might think. Any reason why you shut down my vessel?
Unnecessary clarification. We merely wish to cripple your vessel. Once we tracked your coordinates, we were able to deploy several droids in this location. Probing query. We are, however, curious as to why you chose to come to the remnants of the polar Telos irrigation system. There is nothing here that our instruments can detect. Eager threat. But we are looking forward to extracting your motives for coming here when we place you in torture restraints.
What are you assassin droids doing here?
Self-evident answer. Wherever you try to run, we will be there, armed and ready. Rhetorical query. So the query you have posed to us is one we put to you. What are you doing here, we wonder?
You did label it rhetorical. Did I know that they were chasing me? I feel like I didn't. This is news to me, right? I'm not, like, forgetting something dumb because it's been a whole week. So I found the one. I repaired him. Instantly regretted it when I got a creepy ass cutscene of him chasing after me, and then he blew up. And then there were two. Now there are three. I don't like how this is going. I don't like it at all. Many of you are there.
Chiding statement. Oh, Jedi. There are as many of us as are needed to capture or kill our targets. Egotistical boast. And there are far more of us than any one Jedi. Destroy one of us, and more shall rise from the wreckage. Unnecessary threat. And our attack protocols are more than a match for you and your allies.
You know, if he wasn't a droid, I would assume he was speaking metaphorically. But he's a droid, and given the pattern that I've seen just in, like, tonight's stream alone, I'm inclined to actually believe he means it literally when he says that whatever he said about killing one and multiple more coming out of the ashes. It sure seems like that. Apparently, even when I don't kill them on purpose. Because I didn't intentionally kill the one that blew up. In fact, I tried to fix it, but, you know. That's what I get for thinking I'd made a friend. This game is determined. Maybe that is. Maybe actually, I might be onto something there. I was about to say this game is determined to make me instantly distrustful of literally any HK droid ever. And then I remembered that I have one on my ship that is not currently intact, and maybe that actually is their point. Maybe they are actually adding a dimension. I don't know if I actually get him as a companion or not, but since he's apparently repairable, I kind of assume so. I mean, I got T3 as a companion, so it kind of makes sense. It'd be kind of funny if they set up this whole assassin droid creepy stalking and multiplying from ashes bit just to make me really, really, really uncomfortable about HK. The happy orange one when he comes back. I say happy, like friendly, only by comparison, to be fair, but still. My memory of HK from KOTOR 1 is becoming rosier and more cheerful with every one of these guys I run into. Yep, we're going in circles now, so... Destroying one of you is easy. Wiping out 3 of you might cause me to break a sweat. So... I don't know what happened to Baudora, but Krea's back. Ah. No? Yep, I did give her a heal. Okay, so I remembered correctly that I'd given it to someone, just not who. I might actually give her stun droid. Because she has the... whichever thingy it is that, sorry. She has the feat that makes her saving throws harder to pass. What? You wanted attention, now you get hugs. That's just how it works. I'm not quite there yet. I need another 3,000 XP. Oh no. Oh, okay, they're floating mines. For a second I thought they were those healing droids. Alright. Oh, also... does she have a second level of one of these? I'm trying to use my mouse left-handed because my right hand is supporting a sleepy cat. No, she has the first 2 levels. As do I. Okay. Yep. Goofy cat. Got the best. Do those buffs. I will do speed and then battle meditation. Oops, this would help if I had something selected. Speed, battle meditation. Gun droid of my own. Meanwhile, you're Atten, I believe. One singular solitary ion grenade. Let me see if that's actually what I want to use. $45 points versus droids. Yeah. Area of effect's only 4 meters, but half of 45 is still a fair bit of damage, so we will throw it at the guy in the middle. First, while everybody's still together. Then we energy shield. Then we start shooting that guy. Oh no, seriously? Oh god damn it. Okay, well, all that planning. Oh. I just had to remind it that I had a whole set of orders there. Interesting. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, that was a... This is what I mean about this shit being stupid. That would have been a fantastic plan if it had worked. Except everybody decided to just run straight into where the friggin' ion grenade was going first.
I hear you. hear you.
More where that came from.
I don't know how long the save lasts for. It does seem like, I guess it's as long as it says saved up there. Because I have noticed if you try again right away, it doesn't seem to do anything.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Fallen. Fallen.
Systems failing, Master. Systems failing,
Fallen.
Master. Oh! Oh!
Everyone down.
Systems failing, Master.
Whew, crap, I got really close to dead there.
What is it?
Okay, we lived. Whew. Despite the autopathing's best effort. Or, the instruction interpretation's best effort. Whatever is to blame for everybody running right into the blast of the ion grenade in the very first round of combat. Got some new stuff. That's what it was. HK control cluster. Did I have that already? It's labeled as new. I feel like maybe I just picked that up. The question is, do I want to put a control cluster that belonged to one of these guys inside of the HK that's on my ship? If I ever find my ship. Systems failing, Master. It's a former question mark Jedi Commander. So led us to victory. I feel like former question mark is a good way of putting it at this point. Never did find where that ID card goes. Unless I missed a terminal somewhere. Or it hasn't come up yet. Lots of droid goodies.
I hear you.
Yeah, she has higher wisdom, so I assume her force recharges faster. I kind of wish they had a marker at exactly where the center is, so I could tell if her thingy had budged at all. I don't know how much it goes up and down by. I think I've gained influence with him twice? I know I've gained influence with him at least once, but if it's twice, then that gives me an idea of how much theirs changes. But I know hers changes by less, so... Or, actually, I guess I don't know that it changes by less. I just know that it's harder to change. Oh, that was an adventure, I guess. Still got 2,000 points before I can level up. There looks as if he was knocked unconscious by the explosion. If he could find refuge, he should recover in time. Okay. Great. I suppose under the shuttle counts as refuge. I do have come from somewhere, right? When we were coming in, it looked like a round platform. I didn't see anything clearly connected it to anywhere, but there's got to be something. I guess we just run around the edge until we find something. Unless that mound is supposed to be what I'm looking for. Stops right here. They're like, you don't even get to think about looking over the edge. Nope. Well, now the completionist in me has to clear the map, even though I can clearly see it's all just snow. I'll go see what this mound is. Aha! Plateau interior. I was bringing him with me.
Lay down your weapons, and you shall not be harmed.
Who are you? And more to the point, are you with the assassin droids? Because that is a very key question at this point.
I will not warn you again. Drop your weapons, or we shall take them from you.
Do as they say. I sense people come to no harm.
Well, did not come here to do battle.
Why is it that everywhere we go, I end up in a cell?
Not just you.
Why did they lock us up? What is this place?
It is a training ground for Jedi.
What? This ice hole?
Yes, it bears the semblance of an academy. But where are all the students? Curious.
You've got to be joking. What is a Jedi Academy doing out here in the middle of nowhere?
Hiding?
It is a place hidden from the galaxy like the Academy on Dantooine. But this place... Oh, Atris, you have been clever.
Atris?
It's none of your concern.
Well, the sooner
I'd be
we're
my
out here, the
concern, though.
better. 2 crazy Jedi are more than enough for me. No one told me we were going to be dumped in a nest of Jedi.
And what is it about this place that causes you such fear?
What do you mean? We're in the middle of a bunch of Jedi. You know how they are.
No, I do not. Not in the way you seem to.
What? What are you doing? Get out of my head!
Stop struggling. Let me follow the current. Deep, deeper to its source.
Stop! Stop! Ah!
Ah, with the fear is mingled guilt. It squirms in you like a worm. And the why? Ah, and there is its heart. You surprise me. I could not feel it before. Your feelings are a powerful shield indeed. Do not worry, Atten. If she is a Jedi, she will forgive. And if she is not, she will not care.
You can't tell her. Please. I'm asking you. I don't want her to...
Think less of you. I hardly think that's possible. Still, there is no shame in what you ask. We all wage war with the past, and it leaves its scars. I will not speak of yours, Atten, but there is a price for such things.
What? What price?
There are those who wage war and those who follow them. You are a crude thing, murderer, but you have your uses. You know how important this woman we travel with is. Even one such as you can feel it. You will serve her until I release you.
And if I refuse?
You will not. If you do, then my silence will be broken. And then, Atten, you will be broken. You fear the Jedi, and rightly so. If Atris learns of your choices, you will never leave this place. But whatever fear you hold of the Jedi, know that if you disobey me, that my punishment will make you beg for the death that has long hounded you. Wipe the fear from your mind. You will not find blind obedience a difficult master. You chose it once. You will learn to embrace it again.
I don't know how you became such a manipulative witch, but why a vicious old scowl like yourself would even bother with me is a bigger mystery.
No game of Dejaric can be won without pawns, and this may prove to be a very long game. You are a slippery one. Your thoughts difficult for even one such as I to read. I suspect the self-loathing that squirms within you gives you a curious strength. Your spirit, as diseased as it is, refuses to allow you to give up, no matter what threats you face and whatever wreckage you leave behind you. I feel you have crossed our path for a reason. Perhaps even you, at the right moment, may be able to turn aside disaster. If so, your potential is not yet spent.
Fine. I'll be your pawn. But I still think you've got the wrong man.
Perhaps. But someone has to fly the ship, and the Force is a hard thing to predict. You have crossed our path for a reason. Our path brought us here for a reason. And now I know why. The past is here, and it must be met before the future can be set in motion.
More Jedi speak. Care to explain?
No. I've wasted enough time with you. Sleep, murderer, and be silent. I need no distractions. A critical moment approaches.
Their conversations fascinate. You're not wrong, Toasta. I got to keep my pants this time. Silver linings, really. Critical moment, huh?
I did not expect to see you again after the day of your sentencing. I thought you had taken the exile's path, wandering the galaxy. Yet you have returned. Why?
My slaves and my ship. That's a great thing to tell a Jedi. They're definitely going to let me out of here if I call them my slaves. And Kreia definitely won't kill me in my sleep for it. I'm here because a pretentious shooter stole my ship. It's not my intention to come here, Atris, or to see you again. Atris. I pronounced it Atris. Not my intention to come here, Atris, or to see you again.
Yet here you are. Perhaps you do not know yourself as well as you think. Regardless, your arrival here begs an explanation. Have you come to face the judgment of the Council, as you did so many years ago? Are you finally willing to admit that we were right to cast you out?
Ooh. So many interesting threads. Could just ask. Although from the roleplay perspective, it feels a little silly to be like, tell me why the biggest event of my life happened again. Plus, I kind of like that they give you a way to not just be a stereotypical amnesiac in this game. Like the fact that you can recognize people. You don't have to just play dumb about your own entire life. I also really like that even though you were kind of stuck doing that in KOTOR 1, eventually it got explained away with like an in-game reason aside from the whole it's a video game and therefore we can't account for every backstory a player might make up for their character, you know. It was actually like explained in game as obviously everyone's memories rewritten, but I like that they're giving me the opportunity to not to maybe be in denial, maybe have buried a bunch of stuff and tried to forget it, but they still give me enough to work with that I can play as though I know what my own past is, even though I don't. Number 2 can kind of be sarcasm, sardonic. Ooh. Okay. That's good to know. Thank you. That's actually really good to know. I can see that now that you mention it. I don't think I would have assumed that they would have left the possibility for it to be interpreted that way, if that makes sense. But I can totally see it now that I know it's there, if that makes sense. 4 is intriguing from a I want to know what happened perspective, but also I don't see how a Jedi Civil War could have started without the Council's decisions kind of leading to it in one way or another, so it's also kind of not as... It doesn't tickle my curiosity quite as much. This one, though, this one's really interesting. Council exiled me out of fear, of Revan, of me, and of what we represented. That one's interesting. 5 makes me sound like I rebelled against the establishment to be a hero, which is kind of cool. Those who take action versus those who don't. The third one? Yeah, I can see that. Also makes sense from that perspective to categorize the two-player characters in a category of those who take action, because obviously that's the whole game. So yeah, that makes sense. So I'm basically using the dialogue to piece together as many bits as I can without choosing one, and then I'm going to see where the hole is left. So that's a good summary. Those who take action versus those who don't. And it expedites the thinking through it process. So thank you for that, and I'm sure Pat probably appreciates it also. Because I could be here for a while otherwise. They were right. The Jedi do not go to war no matter what the reasons. Obviously, that would fall under those who don't take action. I couldn't stand by and allow innocents to die in the Outer Rim. That definitely sounds like an I took action when I wasn't supposed to take action sort of thing. I'm not here for revenge. I'm here to find my fucking ship. And honestly, I'm feeling a little more benevolent toward this Atris than I might otherwise, because A, I don't actually have the memories that my character has, so I have no idea who Atris is to her yet. And also, I'm still just relieved that she doesn't seem to be working with the assassin droids. That alone gains her likability points at the moment. Not gonna lie. So I'm definitely ruling out 9. I'm definitely ruling out 8 because that sounds like it's going to get me nowhere in terms of interesting lore answers. Like, I'm not here to debate the council's decision. I mean, I'm not, but that doesn't mean I don't want some more, little info drop. Given that I know that the Jedi Council was the ones who stripped me of the Force to begin with, I'm not... Well, I was going to say I'm not sure if I want them to know that I'm getting the Force back, because I don't know what they'll do with that information. With that being said, everybody keeps being able to talk about sensing me in the Force, so they probably know already. I'm leaning toward number 2. Because I'm starting to piece together bits and pieces, but I'm curious what their side of the story is, if that makes sense. Also, it kind of lets me be a smartass without doubling down on a point that I may or may not know the full implications of, if that makes sense. Like... Okay, tell me this. I'm also, in the back of my head, I've still got Kreia predicting critical moments in the back of my head, so I'm like extra overthinking this. Is this like the conversation about Revan that I had when I first ran into Atten, where it was like a writing history sort of conversation where what I chose becomes what happened? Or is it an explore your own established backstory thing? Like, does what I choose here like, for example, if I say refresh my memory, does it go to like whatever the canon answer is? And I actually like that wouldn't necessarily be, for example, not standing by and allowing innocents to die. Like, do I have to choose that option for that to be the thing that I went against the Jedi Council on? I hope that question made sense, because it came out a little bit zigzaggy. Okay, cool. Thank you. I feel like that was a very complicated way to ask what should have been a pretty simple question, but I appreciate it. Okay. In that case, refresh my memory. Why did the council cast me out?
Why? Because you turned your back on us. And the Order. You followed Revan to war against the Mandalorians. The very war that made Revan a Lord of the Sith and ruined you.
Oh yeah, I forgot the timeline goes farther back. I keep forgetting that the timeline goes farther back than KOTOR 1, like... I keep remembering that I'm older than I think I am. Relatable to real life much? Oh. I'd follow Revan over the Jedi any day. Oof. I mean, to be fair, we already established that Revan saved the day in the end, so... Arguably not as bad of a choice as it could have been, but still. I kind of like the second option. I did so for the Republic's sake, not Revan's, because it suggests that Revan and Arden are kind of two of the same sort of person, if that makes sense. Action takers, like you said. Rather than Arden being the sort who, like, fell for the charisma and got persuaded into following Revan to the dark side, basically. I was weighing the difference between option 3 and option 4. I think it's basically just the same message, but one is a little bit more aggressive. Like, one is just, I couldn't stand by and let innocents die. The other one is, yeah, well, you weren't fucking doing anything. And people were dying, so it's more of a blaming than a I couldn't not do something, if that makes sense. Honestly, the Republic asked the Jedi for aid feels like the weakest of the, like, this was my reasoning options. Just because maybe it's just because I had one of those parents who's like, well, if your friends all went and jumped off a cliff, would you follow them? Like, what pops into my head is, are you going to help literally every single person who asks for help? And what if they're asking for help doing something bad? Like, just because they ask for help doesn't mean we ought to do it. I mean, and also then the logical exception finder part of my brain kicks in and starts thinking of all the times when someone asks for help when you probably shouldn't give it. Especially as a Jedi. And I'm like, okay, that doesn't seem like a very good argument, honestly. Kind of feels like the sort of argument like a middle schooler would make. But they asked for our help. And you said we couldn't help. So I went and helped because they asked for it. It's like, okay. Not very well thought out, I suppose. Even if it's not meant to be that simplistic, that's how it is in my head now. So now I can't pick it just because it feels that way in my head, if that makes sense. Whether or not it was meant to be that way. I'm really just debating between 2 and 3 at this point. Whether it's more important to drive home the point about standing by and letting innocents die, or whether it's more important to drive home the point of it wasn't Revan I was following. The part of me wonders if this third one will pop up again, because it's come up in 2 dialogues in a row now. I feel like for this specific line, it's more important to drive home the you followed Revan part as not being why I did it. Because also, to be fair, Revan wasn't a Lord of the Sith yet. So, that can't really, certainly shouldn't really be held against me. It hadn't happened yet. But, that being said, we all know that people are not entirely rational beings, so it probably will be anyway. I did so for the Republic's sake, not Revan's.
The Republic asked the Jedi Order for aid against the Mandalorians, that much is true. Yet that aid did not mean rushing into battle, giving in to aggression, your hate, your passions. You sought adventure, you hungered for battle, you could not wait to follow Revan to war. The Jedi Order asked only for time to examine the Mandalorian threat. They urged caution, patience, and you defied them. So when you returned, you were brought before us. You were a Jedi no longer, and so you were exiled.
Before that last line, I really thought it was going to give me the option to go with the whole I couldn't stand by and watch innocents die thing. Because it sounded like it was leading up to open up the option for me to say that again. Oh well. I feel like with everything that I've seen come up about Arden's past so far, gratitude toward the Jedi Council has not been anywhere in there. I feel like it's fluctuated anywhere from disgust and disdain to like a I can't even with them, I'm done with them sort of attitude, if that makes sense. Nowhere did I get a sense of gratitude. I'm gonna call that one bullshit. And I have a feeling she would too, because it is. I also recall you wished me imprisoned, or worse.
There was much about that day that was difficult to forget. Your words, your defiance, and when you stabbed your lightsaber into the center stone. I had kept it, so I would never forget.
I picked the silver blade, didn't I? I remember how long I spent debating on that decision. Or not how long, but I remember that I spent a while because there were a couple of really cool sounding colors I wanted to see. I picked silver because I thought it would look really cool, and it was the only metallic color mentioned. I probably should have seen it coming that it's kind of just white. Still kind of a neat, like, unusual thing. But I probably should have expected it to just be white, honestly. That's my lightsaber.
Indeed. A lightsaber is the mark of a Jedi. When you turned your back on the Order, it was not yours anymore. I have always kept it, as a reminder of what can happen when your passions dictate your actions. I have kept it, so I would never forget your arrogance or your insult to the Order.
I'm thinking back on the conversation I had with Atten about my lightsaber and some of the dialogue options there, and to the conversation that I almost said Kreia and Telos. Kreia was conspiring with the whole ass planet. Somehow that wouldn't surprise me at this point. Like, not the people on the planet itself. She's conspiring with celestial space rocks or something. I don't know. Atten. The conversation that Kreia and Atten had when I was asleep while we were under house arrest about the impact of the Force being torn from a Jedi and some of the more, I don't even remember which dialogue options I specifically picked with Atten, but I remember a couple of them were, it sounded like they sort of reflected that hurt when talking about the lightsaber. And I remember thinking that the I couldn't care less about it option, given the other options and what I knew, kind of felt like I'm telling myself this, so maybe I'll believe it type of thing, if that makes sense. I kind of feel like to someone who was a Jedi, their lightsaber is probably kind of it's almost like their force in an object, right? So having the lightsaber removed from you probably feels like, well, I guess in tandem with having force removed from you is almost like a double blow, if that makes sense. I'm having a hard time figuring out like the right words for it, but I feel like it would hurt to see it again, you know? Like, even as you're starting to feel more whole as the Force is coming back, like, I feel like seeing your lightsaber would be more than just seeing a favorite weapon that you used through many adventures or something. Like, I feel like that would hurt, you know? Cut you off from your natural born energies, yeah. And in a way, I guess kind of an extension of yourself when you felt whole with those natural energies. The extension being the lightsaber. I guess that's a better way to put it, I suppose. But I don't like the begging options. Well, option. I guess the second one isn't really begging. It's more of a hypothetical. The first one, I wish to earn the right to carry my lightsaber again, feels like a bend to the knee and in fancy grandiose Jedi speak, basically beg. You know? Actually, the more I look at 2, the more I'm considering 2. Because it doesn't say anything about her letting me become a Jedi again. It doesn't say anything about how I would plan on doing that. I feel like it's probably safe to assume that as a Jedi, she knows that I have some Force back already. It's more just a hypothetical, maybe. Or she knows for sure it's a hypothetical, I guess. Three and 4 both have their own draw, though. 3 kind of goes straight to the point of, I don't really give a shit about your rationale or your reasonings or your grandiose, self-righteous Jedi moralizing. I just want my... It's still my... like... kind of cuts through all the... If there's any question in the back of her head that her keeping it is justified, that would basically cut through all the bullshit straight to that question mark. Now, I don't know. Maybe she doesn't have any doubt of that whatsoever, but you never know. 4 lets me snap back at that pretentious, self-righteous last line there. But probably won't do anything to change her perception of me as an impulsive hothead, to be fair. Not that I really care what she thinks, but I do want my lightsaber back, damn it. Whatever your reasons, I want it back.
It is not yours. It is a symbol of something greater which you no longer represent. But I am not unsympathetic to your feelings.
Yeah.
Leaving the Order must have been difficult for you.
Oh yeah, you sound
Yet
so
you gave the Council
sympathetic.
no other choice. You gave me no other choice.
Okay, it's not quite the whole I couldn't let innocents die, but it's pretty close. I went to war to protect others, not for battle.
So your choice was to meet the aggression of the Mandalorians with more aggression. That is not the Jedi way.
That's also not what I just said. Oh, there's literally an option that says, I told you, it wasn't aggression, I was defending others. The funny thing is that she's the one who's sounding more aggressive line by line here. I have grudgingly but intentionally steered away from the options that directly increase aggression in this conversation. Like, I made no comment about her whole insult the council bullshit. I could have, but I didn't. In fact, I didn't even argue with her reasons. I just said I want my lightsaber back. She's the one who's escalating, which is kind of funny. Now I'm torn, because I was just wanting... Just talking about hoping that I'd get that whole I couldn't stand by and let innocents be slaughtered option back. And in kind of two parts, they've given me basically the same gist. With the, is it the Jedi way to let people be massacred? Except that the tone isn't quite the same. The I couldn't stand by was entirely focused on myself and my actions and my inability to ignore my own conscience, if that makes sense. Option 2 here, though, is definitely more aggro. Definitely more, I mean, it brings up the whole innocents getting slaughtered point, but in a very different way than that first option that I was considering did. Now that I've realized that she is gradually getting more aggressive, though, it almost kind of motivates me to keep not being, just to see how far she'll take it. Because I'm kind of hoping that if I resist the urge to snap back, there might be something really satisfying at the end, like pointing out to her that she's the one getting aggressive thing. Because if I do say so myself, I've done a rather good job so far of holding my temper. This woman is a bitch. But I have not said that yet. She's left me with a lot of openings to drive home some uncomfortable points about the Jedi and their choices. But I haven't picked them yet. I'm ruling out option 1 because suggesting that the Council's way was to meet aggression with surrender is kind of a direct escalation, because it's gonna feel insultingly hyperbolic to call it surrender to her, even if it seems that way to everybody else. since technically they didn't surrender. Technically they were carefully considering and weighing options, right? I'm also ruling out number 4, I think, because it was for a just cause. Just doesn't feel satisfying. Like, she obviously doesn't... Well, maybe she agrees with that, but she doesn't agree that it being a just cause is justification, ironically. And it doesn't deliver quite the punch that the others do. Like, coming back with... to a statement like that is not the Jedi way with... Well, is it the Jedi way to let people be massacred? That has a sting to it. Depending on how it's said, it could be either really aggressive or just... It could be said mild-mannered and like... that, like, faux curiosity sort of tone, like a... Oh, is that the Jedi way? Because that was my interpretation, you know. Which is also kind of insulting, honestly. Not that that wouldn't be satisfying, but number 3 is satisfying in a completely different way. Number 3 is satisfying because her tone is getting more aggressive. Her words are getting more aggressive. And there's something satisfying in a completely opposite way about telling her I was protecting, not going for the sake of battle. And she gets aggressive, and then I'm imagining in, like, the exact same tone of voice. It's like, I told you, it wasn't aggression. I was defending others. Like, literally, I just said this. But just, I'm like this, while she's going like this. There's something extra satisfying about that. Especially given that she's supposed to be the Jedi here. Number 5 is interesting. I initially assumed that it was going to be another pretty aggressive option because I saw the word butchering and I was like, oh yeah, that one's going to be pretty aggressive. But I will say, worlds that we had sworn to protect packs quite a punch in terms of driving the point home. And that's one of those, though, where it could be either matching her escalation or it could be just said as a calm statement of fact, and it's kind of impossible to know for sure which way it's going to go. But if the Jedi swore to protect those worlds, it's almost an implication along the lines of number 2, except instead of directly saying, is it the Jedi way to let people be massacred, it's more of an implied, is it the Jedi way to go back on their oaths? Is it the Jedi way to promise to keep people safe and then not do that? Without actually getting so forwardly aggressive as to say that. Am I reading too much into it? Probably. Almost certainly, but if this isn't what you guys come here for at this point, I don't know why the hell you're here. I appreciate you being here, but if this drives you crazy, I'm sorry. You ought to know to expect it by now, though. Overthink it all. Thank you, son. As much as I know that I've fully doubled down on that is just my brand at this point, because we all know that I completely failed to break myself of the habit. Even though I know that, and even though I know it's in all my channel descriptions and everything, every once in a while, there's still a part of my brain going, oh my god, these guys must be so friggin' bored. Oh my god, these guys must be going like, Jesus, Tam, would you just pick one already? So it's nice to have a reminder that you guys know what to expect by now. I appreciate you being here for it. At this point, I do like the appeal of staying calm and even and not doing anything that would indicate that I'm escalating aggression with her, because it makes her look crazier. And if she happens to realize what's happening, it'll be all the more satisfying when she comes to the realization that she's over here grandstanding at me about the Jedi way, and she's the one getting super aggro over my fate as a Jedi, and I'm standing here being very Jedi-like, honestly. So I think 2 is a little too aggressive. I'm mostly just torn between being absolutely certain that she's the only one who's escalating aggression with number 3 versus going with number 5 and hoping that it's meant as a calm, factual tone rather than a basically hoping that the period at the end of the sentence is real and that it shouldn't have been an exclamation mark, if that makes sense. Because it could easily be a matching her energy sort of retort, like, Mandalorians were butchering innocent worlds we had sworn to protect. Like, that's an escalation. Or it could be a, the Mandalorians were butchering innocent worlds we had sworn to protect. I was just doing what I swore to do, or what my order swore to do, you know, calm and even. Either way, it's not quite as pointedly non-aggressive as 3 is. But I'm not sure that I had registered until this set of dialogue options that the Jedi had sworn to protect those worlds. I'm not sure that I had, if that was explicitly laid out at some point, I must have missed it completely, because I'm pretty sure that I never fully registered that that was part of it. I was thinking of it more as a people are in need, and it's kind of obvious which side is the good side and which side is the bad side, and the question mark with the Jedi is, why the fuck are you not getting involved, sort of thing. Like, this dispute is not a moral gray area, so why will you not go to battle to defend us? I didn't realize that the Jedi themselves were actually sworn to protect those worlds specifically. That adds a whole new layer of, oh, they done fucked up to this whole thing. I think I'm just going to take that as a really interesting point for myself. And I think I'm going to go with number 3 because with all of the overthinking, it still appeals to me for the exact same reason it caught my attention when the options first popped up on the screen, which is that I literally just said the opposite. She is audibly getting more aggressive. And she ignored what I just said. Current topic at hand is me choosing aggression. And she ignored the last thing I said, so I should probably reiterate that point anyway. Plus, it's satisfying to... I told you, it was not aggression. I was defending others.
Every choice we make, whether we know it or not, sends echoes through the Force. It can awaken feelings, ignite passions, hate, anger, fear, where none existed before. By meeting aggression, by serving as an opponent against which the Mandalorians could test themselves, you fed their hate, their lust for war. And it sent a terrible echo through you. And because of it, you and those Jedi who met them on the battlefield lost their way. And you turned on us.
That makes no fucking sense. She's saying we somehow made the Mandalorians more warmongers than they already were by defending people from their war. That has got to be one of the dumbest lines of logic I think I have ever heard. I mean, I could probably dream up a scenario where that might be an accurate statement, but it would not involve Jedi or Mandalorians. And it sure as hell wouldn't involve a situation where the Mandalorians were already invading planets that the Jedi were sworn to protect. Like, the fuck are you talking about? Not even... And that doesn't even begin to get into the implications of, like... My first thought when she said that is that that almost implies that she thinks that the Jedi are the only people in the galaxy with free will. Because if we made the Mandalorians more warmongers than they already were, and therefore it's our fault, then where do their choices come into the picture? Right? Like it's an incredibly, like, arrogant, I guess, way of looking at it. Arrogant doesn't even quite feel right. But I don't... It's the first word that comes to mind to summarize her basically thinking that Jedi are the source of all influence in the galaxy and are somehow in control of everyone else's actions when everyone else isn't. That's crazy to me, unless I misunderstood something, but that's what I basically heard her say. I did fight for honor and renown. When the Jedi entered the war, they saw it as a great opportunity to gain those things. To face Revan, okay. Candace expresses being humbled a bit and was still a little unhealthy with his thinking, teasing Karth's morals. That's true. That's true. And fair enough. I'll grant you that. And honestly, I could have jumped to the least charitable interpretation of what she was trying to say. I wish it would let me scroll back through dialogue while I'm on the screen, but it sounded to me like she was implying that somehow, even though they were invading first, I assume, that even though they were invading first, we somehow caused the war by daring to defend the planets that the Jedi had apparently sworn to defend. Because it caused behaviors in the Mandalorians that we should have, like, not only predicted, but, like, accounted for. Like, to some extent, you have to account for things that other people are going to do, right? But you have to do that knowing that they have the free will to make their own choices, and they may or may not do what you expect. And you can't control what they choose by changing what you do, right? That's literally what free will is. And it sounded to me like she was implying that we had control over that and we fucked it up because we, like, fed them battle or whatever. Whereas, based on what I'm hearing, it sounds an awful lot like Okay, well, if we hadn't engaged them in battle, they would have taken over the planet, wiped out all the people. Like, does not sound like they were inclined to stop anyway. So, I mean, maybe they got a little extra excited when we joined the battle, but they were already plowing through planets, so does it really make... And I'm saying it like I'm not genuinely asking, but I actually kind of am. Did it make a difference that Revan's Jedi joined the war against the Mandalorians? In terms of the Mandalorians' behavior? Or is it pure cope on her part that somehow made it worse? Like, did it actually change what would have happened anyway, or did it just make the Mandalorians a little more happy about the fact that they were doing what they were doing anyway? If that makes sense. Because the impression I got from Canderous was kind of that they would have kept doing what they were doing anyway, and might have even escalated. Like, I wish I could remember specifically. I feel like I remember him saying something about them looking for a worthy opponent, or like searching for a worthy battle or something like that. If I'm not completely making that up in my head, if he actually did say something along those lines, I could honestly see the Mandalorians escalating until somebody worthy of a battle decided to step forward and stop them. If I'm not misremembering major chunks of those facts anyway. I don't actually know. Somebody tell me if I'm forgetting something here. They never would have stopped. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Somebody tell me if I'm misremembering here. I don't actually know exactly when in the timeline I lost my Force access, do I? I know that the Council took it from me. But I don't know when, do I? I've been assuming it was whenever they exiled me. But she's talking about it like... She keeps saying you return to us no longer a Jedi. I don't know whether that means, like, idealistically, like, you weren't behaving like a Jedi anymore, or whether she means that, like, you came back to us without the Force. Not yet. Okay. Because that could change option 5. If I came back to the Council, and then the Council stripped the Force from me as part of my exile, then, I mean, it still feels like some bullshit to say I lost nothing in the war, no matter what war you're talking about or who it is doing the talking. Like, war is losing shit, right? But but knowing that the Council stripped me of the Force, if they did that after the war, then that could almost be like a pointed... The emphasis could be shifted to where it's like, I lost nothing in the war. Like, implied I lost everything after that, thanks. You know? But if I don't know the timeline, then I can't assume that, because for all I know, I lost all of my Force in the war. In fact, the way she's talking about it kind of sounds like I did. Whether I knew, like, who was doing it or not, which I guess I didn't, since I recently learned that part and seemed surprised about it. I don't think it's accurate to say I found myself either, though. Not with the way that Kreia and Atten were talking about me when we were under house arrest. In fact, it very much sounded like I kind of lost a big piece of myself. Although, it sounds like I lost it more to the Jedi Council than I did to the actual battlefield. Though, to be fair, the way Kreia talks about something, I wish I could remember exactly what it was. Something about the way Kreia described me and choosing to go into battle again definitely implies that I lost a lot in the war. Maybe not even just the Force. Either way, I found myself doesn't feel accurate from what I know so far. I would make the same choice again, accomplishes nothing. All it does is tell her I'm still exactly who you think I am without making a point to contradict who she thinks I am. Does that make sense? I'm really just torn between 4 and 1. Again, it kind of comes down to which is more important. Driving home the point about the moral, like, consciousness weight. Helping the innocent. Also, making it sound like a temptation is interesting. I'm not 100% sure how to even go about overthinking that one. That's an interesting choice of words. Versus once again driving home the point of not letting her glob me in with the to-be Sith Lords without protest, if that makes sense. And then my brain goes... I wonder if this game is written so that it's more effective to double down on a specific point in an attempt to get it across. Or to spread out my dialogue options across the different points that I could be making to try and cover all the bases. Sort of like on a personality quiz, like one of the really bad ones, where you can kind of tell exactly which direction each like option is going in. Like you can tell that A is leading toward this result and B is leading toward this result and C is leading toward this result, etc. It's kind of like that. It's like, okay, well, if you definitely want result A, then you choose A as often as A is an option, right? If you want to, like, if there are multiple answers that apply to you for each question, then you rotate through them so that the results tell you which one ended up being very slightly higher than the others. Does that make sense? Am I the only one who takes personality tests like this? I feel like I'm using an analogy that maybe nobody gets. Conviction is a theme of the game, in my opinion. I often think back to Manon. Interesting. I was thinking, okay, so which part of Manon would be the most applicable to this situation? And the unfiltered smartass in my brain just goes, so many fish. Clearly the most relevant part of Manon. The fuck, brain. An interesting point about conviction, though. To turn on someone implies a complete pivot from ally to enemy, rather than simply disobeying orders and doing your own thing. Because as far as I know, with a heavy asterisk that obviously there's a lot of the story I don't know yet, but as far as I know, nothing I did directly harmed the Jedi in any way, other than maybe their image. But even then, that would have been harmed anyway, because there were a bunch of Jedi who did what I did. Who followed Revan. So if that was considered like a ding to their reputation, that would have happened anyway, with or without me. But as far as I know, I didn't turn around and, like, I didn't go against the Jedi in any particular way, aside from just not obeying. Again, as far as I know. Which would make, I mean, that's accurate, would make the whole correction that I didn't turn on them true. And would kind of point out the difference. Like, I rejected your orders and chose my conscience instead. But I guess if I'm remembering the very beginning of the game correctly, I didn't even know there was a Jedi Civil War, did I? I was like under a rock for a decade or something. I don't know how long it's been, but a while anyway. It also sort of makes an interesting, albeit very, very, very subtle point about the difference between disagreement versus full-on turning on someone. Right, it kind of calls out what seems to be a little bit of a, if you're not with us, aka following the council's orders to a T, regardless of what your conscience dictates, if you're not quote-unquote with us, then you're against us, which is not necessarily the case, and also seems a little black and white even for the Jedi. I mean, I know that they can have some questionable perspectives sometimes, but that doesn't seem like one that they would intentionally support, if that makes sense. Seems like more the kind of thing they would slip into without meaning to have that perspective. Questionable. Did I say questionable? Questionable. My brain isn't even wordsing right. It thinks it can overthink all these dialogue options, and it thinks it can think hard enough to be smart about them, and I can't even speak words right. Clearly I ought to just pick something. think the key to deciding between 1 and 4 gonna be in what exactly she actually said. She was talking about us basically feeding the Mandalorians lust for war. It sent a terrible echo through you. And because of it, because of feeding the Mandalorians lust for war, presumably, you and those Jedi who met them on the battlefield lost their way. And you turned on us. Because, again, presumably, because you fed the Mandalorians lust for war. As much as... Is this before Revan goes for the dark side? Yes. So, and Son, feel free to correct me if I get timeline wrong here, but my understanding is that Revan and Arden, my current character, were Jedi together. The Mandalorians attacked the Outer Rim. Apparently, I just learned a couple minutes ago, the Jedi were apparently sworn to protect those planets. Mandalorians attack them. The Council goes, well, we have to carefully assess and cautiously consider and wisely weigh our options. And I didn't mean for that many of those things to be alliterations. It just kind of happened. But while they're pondering and humming and hawing and being cautious and weighing options and all this stuff, people on planets that they swore to protect are dying. And some of the Jedi were like, dude, what the fuck? We're supposed to be protecting them. You guys are full of shit while millions of people are dying. So, fine, you know what? Fuck you, we're gonna go protect them. So, led by Revan and Malik, they went to go do that. And Arden was in that group. And this is where it gets a little bit fuzzier. So far, I'm good. Son says so. Son would know. Son is my lore expert. Whoops. Hold on. Oh. My bad. Thank you, Son, for fixing that. Yeah, I have the word followers auto-mod blocked because of all the follower bots that were coming in for a while. Since I can probably take it off now, honestly. I haven't had that actually catch a bot in quite a while. They started using other phrases instead, but Mando's started going, the inner world is in Revan took his friends and followers and they went to beat Mando's ass. Yeah, something like that. This is the part where I get a little bit fuzzier. But basically, they fought the Mandalorians, they won, and somewhere in there, or maybe right afterwards, Revan and Malik went for the Starforge and got corrupted, turned to the dark side, took a whole bunch of Jedi with them, but not Arden. Which is kind of a key point here. Arden went and hid under a rock for however many years it's been since then, apparently, because apparently she didn't even know there was a Jedi Civil War. Like, she just showed up out of the depths of rim space at some point and was like, yo, what's up? And everybody was like, oh my god, it's the last Jedi. And she's like, what the fuck are you people talking about? Basically, was how that happened. It's my impression anyway. So yeah, fighting the Mandalorians would have been before Revan went Sith. And or possibly slightly overlapping, but that part, as far as I'm aware, isn't clear. Up to this point. A lot of the Dark Jedi you kill in KOTOR 1 were following Revan until she died, then jumped ship to Malik, right. And then she came back and killed a whole bunch of them anyway. Whoops. I mean, it's not my fault nobody believed I was Revan. Maybe if they'd believed me, I could have brought them back to the light side again, but everybody laughed at me, so I had to kill them. You know? Revan is probably the most roller coaster character I have ever seen or heard of. Going from majestic hero of the light side to majestic villain of the dark side, back to majestic hero of the light side, all in, like, what, 10 years or less? Something like that. No, you beat the red Mando. And told him, this told the Mando to attack. And Revan, foolish. Look down. This turns out, this Emperor. Oops, so that didn't end well. Yeah, definitely could have gone better. Definitely could have gone better. Oh, is it? Went right over my head. But thank you for the catch, son. The son is my guardian of non-spoilers. Because he knows all of the things about these games. For the sake of establishing my character, I really want an opportunity to drive home the point about the Jedi letting innocents die. Because that feels like a really, like, good character defining moment for my character. But I think I have to hope that I still get another opportunity over the course of this conversation, because she's talking about Revan and Malak and kind of lumping in everybody who followed them together and saying, you fed the Mandalorians lust for war and then you turned on us, all of you. Changing the subject back to innocents dying, or somewhat back to innocents dying, back to the whole I was protecting thing, feels like I'm letting the and you turned on us stand as, like, a fact that I'm not disputing, if that makes sense. That might be very debate-brained of me, but but it feels like saying, okay, I'm not going to dispute that I turned on them, which is not accurate because, like, you know I didn't. Also, like I said, there's something satisfying about calling them out, albeit subtly, on the whole, if you're not with us, you're against us sort of thinking, because that also feels very, interestingly, more like something I would expect from the Sith. Revan and Malak turned on you, not I.
Without you and the other fallen Jedi to support them, to feed their lust for war, Revan and Malak's crusade would have been over before it began.
So Revan and Malak fed the Mandalorians' quest for war, or lust for war, which we all know would not have, like, petered out on its own anyway. So that did nothing but, you know, actually defend people. God, the horror. So their actions fed the Mandalorians' lust for war, but me and all the other fallen Jedi fed their lust for war. We're doing a lot of responsibility shifting here. We're doing a whole... She is bending over backwards to shift as much responsibility as she can onto me. And every time I dispute a point she makes, she changes to a different point that she's shifting responsibility onto me for. Because remember, originally it was supposedly my lust for war that I was, like, giving into. And then I pointed out that I wasn't. She ignored me, so I pointed it out again. And now it's sort of that unspoken concession thing that I was just talking about. She's moved on. She's letting it stand as a fact that I didn't go because I had a lust for war. She didn't outwardly accept it, but she stopped disputing it. Implied acceptance. But now she's moved on to blaming me for everybody else's lust for war. This bitch, man, I'm telling you. Amanda's just got a real fight. Is there someone worthy to fight? Yeah, exactly. She's almost trying to, like, couch it, too, in the whole, without you and the other fallen Jedi. Like, she's acknowledging that I'm not single-handedly responsible for literally everything that Revan did, even. But by sort of using me as the individual representing the entire mass of unnamed fallen Jedi, she's basically saying, oh, well, Revan and Malak were all bloodlusty for war, and you enabled them. She's still ignoring the whole we were defending planets we swore to protect point. Granted, I didn't actually make the we swore to protect them point, and now I'm kind of wishing I had, honestly, but she's still ignoring the... Yeah, she really is. She's almost trying to gaslight me, and she's... I've already forgotten what it was I said just a minute ago. Might be a little too debate-brained of me, but she's almost approaching this from a very, like, strategic sort of debate tactic type standpoint, where every time she can't get a point past me, she shifts her entire narrative one notch and tries that. And then when that doesn't work, she shifts it one more notch this way, tries it that way. And it's like, dude, I can only choose one dialogue option per screen here. Is that a valid debate retort? I can only choose one dialogue option. I could choose a couple and, like, win this thing, but since I have to choose between one and another, and I don't have tone indicators, it's a little harder. Okay, I suppose she needed the handicap of me not knowing the tone behind the dialogue. Maybe we can say that. She'd lose too quickly otherwise. Or something. Now who's coping? And the further we get into this conversation, the less inclined I am to go with the I'm not here to debate the council's decision thing. It's been here for every single one, and I'm starting to wonder if we're going to get to a point in the conversation where that's going to be my only option. I hope not, but the further we get into the conversation, the less I feel inclined to pick it, because while it's true I'm not here to debate the council's decision, at the same time, the more I see of how she's like trying to kind of manipulate this conversation, the more that fourth option starts to feel like a fine, I'm implicitly conceding to everything you're saying, I give up sort of thing. Right? Like when you're a teenager and you lose an argument and you're like, well, I don't want to argue about it because you don't want to admit that you just lost. You know what I mean? I say teenager. There are definitely adults that do that too, but so far, things I've been choosing seem to be working, question mark? It's not that they're working in that they're getting through to her, but they're working in that they're forcing her to change her own narrative to keep arguing with me. Which kind of reinforces my entire perspective about that one option that was, like, pointedly not even an iota escalating the aggression. And I feel like number 2 here would be kind of backtracking on some of this, like, forcing her to shift her whole narrative to even keep arguing with me. Like, if you can call that progress. I feel like if the Jedi had backed us, there never would have been a civil war. I mean, probably true. From what I know, unless there were other factors I don't know about, almost certainly true. Or at least not for a very long time. It might have come eventually, because it kind of seems like the council was drifting more this direction, and the heroes that Jedi were known to be were still this way. Like, the people who had that, like, hero, help people, good guy kind of instinct were facing this way, and the Jedi Council was kind of drifting off in this direction a little bit, so it wouldn't have surprised me if it had happened eventually, but it probably would have been a lot longer. Still, that one is definitely a starting to match progression. And so far, I feel like I'm winning as much as one can win this conversation. Or at least with the options I've chosen. I mean, for all I know, if I had gone with the whole innocents were dying thing and doubled down on that from the very beginning, maybe she wouldn't even still be arguing with me. Who knows? But for the options I've chosen, I feel like I'm doing okay so far. So I definitely don't want to backtrack on that. God damn it. I wish I could make that thing not pop up. Every time I scroll my mouse too far down, stupid quick search pops up. The biggest question I'm almost imagining this as, like, I'm imagining this as kind of a fencing match now. Where she's trying to be on the offensive. But every time she tries to strike, I manage to get her to move a little bit sideways. So I'm sort of like... very roughly and very gradually steering her in a direction other than where she intended to be. She doesn't seem to realize it yet. So the question is, which direction do I want her to go next? That sounds incredibly, like, puppet mastery. Not what I meant, but, like... which one makes her take the next sidestep or backstep, right? Does it throw her off more to come back with, then you know nothing of what drove me, or Revan? Which is obviously true. That could not be more obvious from the course of this conversation. In fact, she's tried a whole slew of different things that might have motivated me, and none of them have been right. I've been letting her try a bunch of different things. Partially because I haven't gotten the opportunity to call her out on it yet. But... is that more likely to make her take a back step or another side step? Or is abandoning fellow Jedi fighting a just war is not my way? Here's a question. This is a lore question. Since everything I know about lore came from this game, and by this game I mean also KOTOR 1, and the first 6 movies, which I haven't seen all the way through in years, and people in chat who filled me in on details along the way. As far as, like, how... I'm trying to think of the right word for this. I want to say collectivist, but that's not quite right. But I can't think of another word, so we're going to go with collectivist. How collectivist is the Jedi Council? In terms of, like... how... as a group, as an organization, how much, if any, do they focus on trusting each other, having each other's backs, working together as a unit, those sorts of values, versus individualist? I was trying to think of an example that I could compare to, like, Kenobi and I were just watching Attack on Titan. If you've seen it, I was thinking of, oh god, I've already forgotten his name. The super elite scout unit that was, like, super good at working together. I've only seen the first season. No spoilers, please. I don't know if I'll get around to watching the second season, but it was pretty good. I came in, like, a third of the way, and he was watching it. I got hooked. Anyway, that's beside the point. On a scale of, like, focusing on trusting each other, working together as a unit, having each other's backs type of mindset, versus a every man's an island taking orders, and sometimes the islands work together when more than one is needed sort of thing. Like a very one-off, like, individual sort of mode of operating and mode of, like, doing things. I'm really hoping some parts of this question are making sense, because I'm not doing a very good job. I'm wondering, because knowing that, because I don't think I've ever really gotten a sense of that, because all the lore I've interacted with, like, the Jedi Academy on Dantooine in KOTOR 1 is probably the closest I've seen to, like... well, and I guess the original prequel movies, But it's been so long since I've seen them that I don't know if I would have detailed enough memories to draw from that. Anyway. To seeing, like, the Jedi Order functioning as intended, relatively speaking, where they're not already destroyed, or already scattered to the wind, or already on the brink of crisis, or, you know, something else that would change how they usually operate, if that makes sense. So I don't really have a reference point for how impactful the point about abandoning fellow Jedi would actually be to a Jedi, if that makes sense. That was a very long roundabout way of trying to explain the question, but are meant to work together and share the same values. There are mavericks that break out, like Jolie, for example, disagree with the Archy of the Republic, Jedi's Alliance. Tism is usually criticized as bogging them down. Fractures the Jedi consistently through different time periods. Interesting. Jedi that leave are often regarded as fallen. Implies they're going to the dark side. It's an unfair blanket, which was kind of the point I was trying to make with the whole Revan and Malak turned on you. But I didn't. Don't lump us together, please and thanks. That was exactly the sort of, like... That was exactly the sort of, if you're not with us, you're against us sort of mindset I was trying to call out. Yeah, I mean, the Jedi Council seems to pretty strictly dictate exactly which values they're supposed to share. And it makes sense that, like, I definitely get the whole Mavericks and outliers and people, quote-unquote, going rogue or just not wanting to put up with bullshit anymore. Being kind of looked at as going to the dark side, or at least partially fallen, or whatever. What I'm more wondering is, like, okay, I'm gonna preface this with the caveat that I really don't know much about real-life military. Most of what I know comes from, like, movies and shit. With that preface out of the way, inaccurate or not, think about, like, in a movie that has, like, a lot of military training, like, people going through basic together, and, like, the sort of movie where they're, like, they start off all kind of hating each other, and by the end of the movie, they're, like, a super badass team, like, functioning as a single unit, that kind of thing. Or even a sports team movie. I feel like there are a couple of those that are kind of similar, where they start off with, like, little cliques and kind of hating each other, and by the end they're, like, super good at working together, that kind of thing. What I'm wondering is, in those kind of situations, whatever would be seen as abandoning the team would be, like, cardinal sin. Like, arguably even worse than disobeying orders would be abandoning the team, right? Versus whether it's more of a, if you deem a fellow Jedi to be doing something wrong according to the Jedi Code, then you're expected to abandon them, sort of thing. Like, seeing those as kind of two ends of a spectrum, like loyalty to the Council versus loyalty to fellow Jedi. And I'm assuming that it skews a little more on the Council side, but I don't know how much. If it's even in the middle, but especially if it skews more toward the loyalty to your team, unless the Council decides that your team has fallen, because I'm assuming that would always be a caveat, right? If it skews more toward loyalty to team, then making a point about abandoning fellow Jedi fighting a just war could hit really hard with relatively mild, non-aggressive words, right? But if the assumption is that you're expected to abandon fellow Jedi who aren't doing everything exactly the way that the Council has deemed to be moral and good, then she would not only contest my definition of a just war, which she might anyway, but it would make the point completely fall flat. Because I'm basically just saying, yeah, what you expect me to do isn't my way. Which is true, obviously. But it's not gonna hit home, if that makes sense. I really hope I'm making more sense than my brain thinks I'm making, because every time I get the end of trying to explain something, I'm like, oh my god, that was so many words. I really hope some of them came out as, like, coherent English. The fuck? I haven't slept until 8 o'clock today. Oh yeah, work schedule changed. I don't have to be at work until 10 on Mondays now. So I'm arguably slightly less sleep deprived. Slightly. Not that you could tell by the babble just spewing out of my mouth tonight, but, you know, whatever. I do be like that sometimes. Given there's a macro bystander effect here. I'm not even sure whether you're referring to my babbling or like the Jedi Council's perspective on abandoning other Jedi. I honestly could be either. Maybe I'm accidentally passing the random brain babble on to all of you. I'm guessing you're talking about the Jedi Council being a bystander in, like, everything that happens, kind of thing. And that being kind of the meta, so to speak. Where, when in doubt, default to doing nothing and quote-unquote considering, right? AKA taking no action. Even if other people take action, is that basically what you're saying? It's like you're expected to default to not taking action, whether or not that means abandoning other Jedi? Or were you referring to my view of word nonsense? Okay, cool. I got there. I got super distracted, and then I was talking about word babble, and then I actually managed to pick up the line of thought again. Sweet. Okay, then, yeah, that confirms my suspicion that option 3 would not hit especially hard in this particular conversation. I wanted to check before I ruled it out completely, because A, if I was completely wrong, and that was, like, an established value of theirs, then it could be a really, like, hard-hitting point to bring up. But also just because I was curious, because I realized that that's not an aspect of Jedi culture that I really had seen much, since I haven't really seen much Star Wars content with the Jedi Order actually intact and functioning at all. In that case, then you know nothing of what drove me, or Revan.
I know you betrayed the Jedi teachings. All that you had been taught you threw at your feet, crushed them beneath your heel. The Jedi teachings require we examine our actions. Acting without reflection is not our way.
Oh, please give me this option now. This would be the perfect time. Because she keeps talking like it's impulsive. But I don't know the timeline here. For all I know, I could have had the time to put some serious thought into it, honestly. I have no idea. I also might not have, who knows, but... Oh. I just saw option 4. That's a really interesting one. Hesitation and passivity are also strong emotions, ones we should guard against. This is true. I'm not sure I would have thought to call passivity an emotion so much as a behavior, but hesitation certainly could be. And they can be pretty friggin' strong. Just ask anybody who's ever had anxiety about anything. They can certainly be strong. But they can also be kind of subtle, honestly. They're kind of the sorts of things that can affect how you approach decision making before you realize that they're affecting how you're approaching a decision, if that makes sense. Which makes that a really extra interesting point. Between that being demonstrably true and the fact that she was just preaching at me about Jedi teachings. Well, don't the Jedi teachings say to avoid strong emotion? I assume that doesn't exclude the subtle ones, right? And I gotta consider all the options, though. I haven't even read the others first, because I saw that one first and got distracted by it. So you're content to let the Outer Rim die for the sake of teachings. I feel like that one would hit harder if without the second part. For the sake of teachings makes it sound more petty and stubborn. I feel like it undermines the potency of the point a little bit. Basically, if this makes sense, soldiers and Jedi boots have a very different points of view. Higher-ups might want to play it safe, and people that actually need to get the job done. Yeah. Makes sense. The second one is a little bit stronger. But I don't think it's gonna hit with her. Because I have a feeling she's of the mindset that, well, it definitely seems that she's of the mindset that, quote unquote, reflection must come first. Without regard to the consequences. I think she would probably come back with something like, sometimes lives are the cost of ensuring that we make the wise decision, or something stupid along those lines. Hell with her. Yeah, but she has my lightsaber. And also, so far, I still hesitate to call it winning. I'm not going to say I'm winning this debate, conversation, discussion, argument, whatever you want to call it. I'm not going to say I'm winning, but I'm very subtly and very slowly making her lose it, even if I'm not actively winning it. And she hasn't even figured it out yet, I don't think. And that is growing more entertaining by the moment. Yeah, I feel like these options start out at weak, less weak, a little bit better, and then turning around and grabbing her own sword and hitting her in the head with it. It does. Until you realize it's really more like, not a spiral. Whatever you call it when you, like, draw loops on the ground. Like, it's not quite a circle, because it's slightly shifting every time we go around. And it's shifting in a direction where she's having to make up ground. And that's entertaining. Because, like I said, I'm not even sure she's realized she's doing it yet. I don't know whether it's more satisfying if she has or she hasn't. Hesitation and passivity are also strong emotions. One to guard against.
There was no guarantee that marching to war would have saved the Outer Rim.
That would be
In
hesitation.
fact, quite the opposite.
That would be the hesitation part. The need for guarantees would be fuel for the exact hesitation emotion I was just speaking about. Now let's see what my options are. Okay. Four makes sense if you're talking to somebody who's coming from the perspective of smart military strategy, rather, like, if we were talking about, like, a war general whose beef with me was that I took my battalion to war before we were supposed to. That might be an argument. I don't think it's going to work with her. And I don't think it fits any of the discussion we've been having so far, because while it is true that defeating the Mandalorians would have been harder after they'd won, I feel like the biggest potential hook to get the Jedi invested in actually fighting the war would be the needless loss of innocent life. Every time a set of these dialogue options comes up and I don't get the opportunity to bring up the "we swore to protect these planets" point, I regret more not choosing that one, but that was a tough choice between those two. I don't feel like the Jedi have any particular investment in defeating the Mandalorians on its face, if that makes sense. Perfection relying on guarantees, the enemy of good. Oh, definitely, 100%. 100%. Progress is better than perfection. Done is also better than perfection. So I don't think I'll get anywhere with that. Have you been reading the history of the blind? Revan won the war. Okay, I won't lie, that one's pretty funny. The fact that it's periods and there are no exclamation marks makes me think that it's kind of that tone too. It's not like a yelling at her, it's just a, "Are you fucking stupid?" Which honestly at this point might be extra warranted. She's talking about two things. She's talking about there not being guarantees. And she's talking about saving the Outer Rim. I mean, they're related, but those are the two points I could push back on. I could push back on the specific requirement for a guarantee. Problem is that the only one that directly does that, I think, well, rather, the only one that acknowledges, no, obviously there was no guarantee. Your point is, the only one that kind of takes that approach is number 3. No, there was no guarantee we would win. But if we had not acted, the Mandalorians would now rule the Republic. Again, I feel like that could have been a really good one, but I feel like the second sentence kind of weakens it a little bit. Like, I feel like she's one of those people who's of the mindset that, like, who rules all these little empires is of no concern to us, and we're the Jedi up on our high moral horse, and blah, 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 blah. I feel like it's too easy for her to dismiss the importance of who rules the Republic, if that makes sense. So either 2 or 5. Because again, with 1, kind of the same thing. I feel like she has too much of a shallow, like, high horse type perspective on the entire situation, to where I don't think she would think about the ramifications in depth enough to acknowledge that it matters if the Republic fell, if that makes sense. Because obviously it does, but it takes a couple of steps of thinking past the acting on, like, ideals alone, like, in order to see why it matters. And I don't think she's doing that at this point. So which one's gonna get through to her more? Treating her like an idiot, which would be satisfying, I'm not gonna lie, or pointing out that the Mandalorians admit that Revan turned them back. The obvious implication being, we were the Jedi rebels. What if the Jedi had actually, like, gone in force to help? Oh gee, what might that have looked like? I'm only just noticing the very tail end of her sentence there. In fact, quite the opposite. Implies that there was a near guarantee that marching to war would have doomed the Outer Rim? Or would have, like, sped up its destruction somehow? The fuck does she mean by that? Like, in what world? It could just be meaningless words, I guess. Kind of like a, I have to make my point harder, so let me just add this in as like a filler without actually meaning it type of thing. But I don't know. That's a weird one. To be fair, I'm learning quite a bit about both the current time period. I mean, the Jedi Council arguably doesn't exist at the moment, but the most recent sort of mindset of the Jedi Order, and therefore of the quote-unquote loyal Jedi who remained, and are still alive somewhere, apparently. About that, and about what they thought they were dealing with, and kind of this whole timeline, which is probably my biggest argument for going with number, whichever one, number 2. Because I feel like going with Revan won the war. It's satisfying. Depending on how she responds to it, I feel like it's the kind of dialogue option that is going to start wrapping up the conversation sooner rather than later. Whereas I could see 2 kind of just continuing on a little bit. I am learning a lot. All of it can and will be used against her later? Or can and might be used against her later? I don't know. Still, though, that might be pure overthinking fueled on my part. Honestly, it might be the exact same number of dialogue options no matter which one I choose. Oh, it is, however, 2 o'clock in the morning, so, you know. Question is, I'm basically weighing my very quickly waning patience with my amusement at continuing to make her change narratives and gaslighting strategies over the course of the conversation. It's like, how many different versions of events can I make her hit before we finally get to the end of this conversation? I won't lie. That's kind of fun. I mean, we went from I plunged into battle because I was full of bloodlust and impulsivity, to now she's almost not even, she almost did one of those implicit concession things with the whole you don't know anything about mine or Revan's motives. She kind of let that one slide and moved on to, yeah, well, the Jedi couldn't have done anything anyway, which feels like actually a pretty big step back, now that I'm thinking about it. Like, because she went from, you made a dumb, impulsive choice, you plunged into battle, you enabled all these bad things to happen, you basically fell to the dark side and then betrayed the Jedi Order directly and turned against us and all this stuff, to no longer even arguing that Revan's motives were bad. Like, she tried to shift it to, okay, well, Revan was full of bloodlust, and you enabled that after, a couple of steps in between. Now she's not even arguing that Revan was full of bloodlust anymore. Now she's just arguing, yeah, well, we wouldn't have won anyway. Except we did win. So what the fuck? It kind of feels like she's getting to the end of her possibilities for, like, fallback reasons. And I'm curious what happens if I make her backstep all the way to the end of her list of, like, arguments. That fifth option is glorious and juicy and delightfully satisfying sounding. But I feel like I'm this close to something. Some kind of victory of patience. I know there's a chance it doesn't pay off. But like Sun said, I kind of committed to this path at this point. The whole be patient and even and poke one hole after the next, after the next, after the next, until she runs out of things for me to poke holes in. And I feel like I'm getting close to the end of the things that she has for me to poke holes in. And I want to see what happens if I, like, go all the way with it. Does she snap or does she realize she's being ridiculous? Hopefully there's some kind of rewarding result to this, because otherwise I'm gonna be mad at missing out on this really satisfying "what the fuck are you talking about" option. Still, even the Mandalorians admit that Revan turned them back.
A physical victory, perhaps, but the real victory lay in...
I get to cut her off this time. Okay. That's a little bit satisfying. I appreciate that. Also, pretty sure the millions of people the Mandalorians were killing would have loved it if we had won a physical victory. Just gonna say that. I haven't even read the options yet, but... she's creative, I'll give her that. Poked holes in one of her last things for me to poke holes in, and she fell back on physical victory means nothing, I guess. The fuck? Okay, now what do I interrupt her with? Okay. Looks like these are all kind of getting straight to the point. The question is just, which point do I want to get straight to? The triumph of pacifism? Surrender? Or, and how many people would have died if the Mandalorians hadn't been stopped? If we hadn't stopped them, the Republic would have been destroyed. Again, I feel like that requires too many steps of thought about ramifications for it to hit home the way it should. Because it should hit pretty hard, but I feel like she's got this mental distance of idealism to where she could at least tell herself that it wouldn't matter all that much. And as long as she doesn't think about it too hard, maybe she'll even believe it. Triumph of the Jedi teachings is a cold thing when there's no one left alive to appreciate them. Ooh. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Okay, I'm ruling out number 3. It's too easy for her to brush off. Number 4. Could be interesting because even though we're talking about the Mandalorian Wars, it almost inadvertently pokes at the wound of the current state of the Jedi Order. Because it's true, there are not a lot of people alive at the moment to appreciate the Jedi teachings anymore. In fact, she's the first self-identifying one I've met. Literally the entire game. I mean, Kreia is obviously some kind of Jedi, but she doesn't identify as one, so that only half counts, right? The only person who calls herself a Jedi, who I've met, kind of drives home the point of no one being left alive to appreciate them. Especially since the two things are related, right? Like, maybe if the Jedi hadn't been so torn between pacifism and defense of innocence. Maybe if they'd gone to war against Mandalorians and the Civil War had been thwarted, even if it was only for another, I don't know, 50, 100 years or something, still, there would be a whole lot more Jedi alive today. That part's true. There is something satisfying about not just cutting her off, but finishing her sentence with the truth that's very clearly not what she meant. And number one is the only option that actually finishes her sentence instead of just cutting her off with a different one. I'm not even sure I can describe why there's an added level of satisfyingness to that. Obviously, because I'm pretty sure I just made up the word satisfyingness, but you know what I mean. I feel like 2 could go one of 2 ways. It drives home the point about innocents dying needlessly. And it sort of indirectly reminds her that we were the ones to stop them. But I feel like it would be a little harder hitting if it was phrased like, and how many people would have died if we hadn't stopped the Mandalorians? I mean, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Only because I feel like it might drive home the point that the only reason that catastrophe didn't occur was because a whole bunch of people said fuck you to the Jedi Council and went to save the day anyway. Basically. But I'm leaning toward either 1 or 4. Physical victory, perhaps. I'll give her credit for flexibility. She shifted that one real quick. There's no guarantee that we would have won, except we won. I mean, it was just a physical victory. That's some creativity to come up with that as your next line of logic on the spot. I'll give her that much. Four works because it takes whatever she's about to say is going to be something in the Jedi teachings taken to a non-real life sort of extreme. I'm almost positive. So it cuts off the part about where she's preaching teachings at me to point out that they only matter if there are people. And that it kind of reinforces the point that physical victory does in fact matter. Thank you. I'm actually really curious the more I think about it, what she was actually going to finish that sentence with. I mean, I'll give her credit for creativity for sidestepping straight to physical victory is basically irrelevant. Like, that's... I will admit, that's the sidestep I did not see coming. But I'm curious what she was going to follow that up with. Okay, so if physical victory is all but irrelevant, what exactly do you think is the real victory then? I think I'm hesitating on number one partially because I really didn't see that sidestep coming. I really wasn't expecting her to go as far as to basically brush off any value to quote-unquote physical victory. Let alone even just define that as its own irrelevant type of victory, I guess. And I think part of the reason I'm hesitating over number one is because I think part of me is a little worried she's going to be like, yes, pacifism is the real triumph, and just, like, double down on it. And instead of making a point, I will have just, like, given her an equally stupid line to fall back on. Like, after essentially, for all intents and purposes, saying that a physical victory is essentially irrelevant, after we were just talking about millions and millions of innocent people dying. Hell, for all I know, she could take number one and go literally anywhere with it. And I'm not sure I'm creative enough with reality to be able to predict where she's going to go with it. Because I certainly didn't predict a conversation about millions of wasted lives turning into physical victory doesn't matter. So, you know, I'll admit she threw me off a step with that one. I mean, of course, the metagamey part of my brain is like, that's the only one that finishes her sentence. Does that mean something? Which, it probably doesn't. It's probably just the best line they could come up with that started with a T and was short enough to, like, finish her sentence. And they probably wanted to, like, you know, give you more kinds of options than that. It probably doesn't mean anything, but such as overthinking. One has to wonder these things. Or rather, one can't help but wonder these things. Whether one wants to or not. I think I'm going to go with number 4. Earlier when I was talking about whichever option it was that, like, kind of cut through all the mental fluff and padding, and all the, like, self-justifications and whatever she's telling herself, like, whatever it was I was describing where I was like, if there's a little seed of doubt in there somewhere, this cuts straight to it. It's like that, except it doesn't require there to be a seed of doubt. It just cuts straight to the chase. It bypasses all of her arguments about theoretical teachings and the value of a physical victory to millions of now dead people. Because, good lord, how does one even retort to that? I would think that the biggest downside of number 1 is that it lets her maneuver the conversation into philosophical discussion about the Jedi teachings themselves, rather than getting straight to the point, which is that millions of people died. People that you, apparently, swore to protect, that you didn't protect, that we decided to protect anyway. And now there was a Jedi Civil War, and all the Jedi are dead, and now who's following the teachings? Oh, wait, you. Yeah, you're the only one I've met so far. You probably pivot to a victory in the cosmic side of the Force, the serial part that's by people's actions and emotions. Like a cosmic domino effect. Yeah. Yeah. And exactly kind of like what I was saying about it opens the door for too much theoretical philosophical debate, that it kind of opens the door for her to do what I've been doing, where I've been kind of sort of by default steering the conversation by not allowing her to steer it, and by not allowing her to rile me up or get me yelling back at her or whatever. By not giving way, I've been essentially gradually shifting the conversation because she's had to shift around the stance that I haven't moved from, right? And I feel like the biggest risk of number one, and it does feel like a pretty big risk the more I think about it, is that it gives her the opportunity to make me take a big step backward to the side or whatever. I'm still sort of using this fencing metaphor, but I don't really know anything about fencing. It's just a vague mental image, so we're going with it, sort of. We're half-assing it, is what we're doing. Whereas you can't... Pointing out that when there's no one alive to appreciate the Jedi teachings kind of bypasses literally any argument she would make about the philosophical value of the Jedi teachings or cosmic ethereal effects of the Force and all that stuff. Kind of bypasses all that. It's like, that's well and good, but does it matter if there's nobody here? Because the Mandalorians aren't following the Jedi teachings, that's for damn sure. The triumph of the Jedi teachings is a cold thing when there's no one left alive to appreciate them.
You do not know...
Apparently I get to go on the offense now. It's twice I get to cut her off. I don't know what. I feel like she's, instead of like gradually shifting her weight backward into the side, she's taking full steps back now, I think. I just have to not fuck it up. Part of the problem is I have no idea where she was going with this. Was she going to say that I don't know nobody would be alive? Or that I don't know the teachings would still hold value? Because those could be two very different arguments. I'm trying to figure out if 4 feels like a concession. Three would be a good argument if I thought that she put any value in my experiences whatsoever, but I don't think she does. I'm only just gaining ground in the perspective arena, so to speak. And only because she hasn't realized it yet, so she hasn't gotten stubborn about it yet. But I've gained enough ground that she's backed off several points that she was absolutely convinced of about me earlier, like that I'm battle hungry, that I turned to the dark side, that I made the decision impulsively. To be fair, I still could have. I don't actually know, but neither does she, presumably. But I don't have... So I've made her back off several points, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she's going to buy into something that I'm arguing based on my experience. She's still trying desperately to grab onto something to prove that my perspective is wrong, so maybe we don't base it entirely on my own experience, which she cannot then, which she hasn't had. Because I don't think that's gonna work at all. My biggest hesitation with number 2. Anyone who stepped outside the Jedi archives would know it. It's late enough that I've gotten turned around in my brain on what it actually is. That's part of the whole I don't know where she was going with that sentence. Is that supposed to be anybody who stepped outside the Jedi archives would know that the Mandalorians were going to win? Or would know that the Jedi actually, jumping in would have made a difference? Or, I mean, what I just said that she's retorting to was about nobody being alive to appreciate the Jedi teachings, which is kind of currently the case, so literally we both know that happened, because here we are. My brain is too sleepy and burned to know what it means, which makes me hesitate on this whole option because I have no idea whether whatever it refers to is something that anybody would know. At that point, it's too vague. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore, and that's a bad place for me to be in. I'm this close to winning this whole argument. I can feel it. I don't want to fuck it up. So then the question is, do I press the point about the Mandalorians? Or do I do kind of a surprise dodge and parry sort of thing by surprise agreeing with her and then pointing out that she doesn't know anything either? I'm trying to figure out whether that feels like a concession, because depending on what exactly she was about to say, I don't know. It could be a, obviously neither of us knows what might have happened in an alternate timeline type of thing. Or it could be a, it could lead more down a, we all do the best with what we have in the moment, sort of, everybody makes mistakes and does the best they can kind of conversation. That's more like, it gives grace to both me for following Revan and the Jedi Council, but I'm not sure if I like that because I'm winning the conversation. So it could drive home that she doesn't know what she's talking about, or it could make it sound like I'm willing to sort of meet in the middle with a neither of us knows what might have happened if people had acted differently, but they didn't, so here we are. Type of vibe, if that makes sense. I probably should be striving for that as, you know, good guy, trying not to pick a fight here. But I only want to pick it if it's not a concession. Because who concedes when they're winning? That's dumb. I may not be an expert military strategist, but I know that much. I like number one because it drives home, while she's on the back foot, it drives home the point of, okay, if they wouldn't act while millions of people were dying, when exactly would they have? Would they ever have? I like number four because the agreement that I don't know is going to throw her even more off balance than she already is. And she's already off balance. You can tell I'm cutting her off twice in a row. She's already off balance. Me suddenly agreeing with her is going to throw her even more off balance. Followed by pointing out that she doesn't either. Could honestly, if that's kind of how that dialogue is meant to be interpreted, if I'm assessing that correctly, that could honestly be the finisher for me winning this conversation. If it's more of a nobody knows what might have happened, let bygones be bygones sort of thing, I feel like it's conceding while I'm winning. The problem is I don't know. I still don't know how she was going to end that sentence. Overhead projector. I saw your message, and I had already lost the train of thought, so I didn't even remember what it was referring to. I definitely don't now, I'm sorry. It's a really funny mental image, though. Now I'm imagining her trying to, like, threaten me with like, hand shadow puppets on the wall. Don't ask me why that's where my brain went, but it is. I don't necessarily expect anybody in chat, even Sun, to know all the dialogue options well enough to be able to clarify the implications of any given dialogue option at any given time. However, if you happen to know whether number 4 is more of the finishing move to trip her up, or whether it's more of the peacekeeping, let bygones be bygones type of thing, I would really, really love to know. Because I could honestly see it going either way. Which is a terrible place to be in when you're this close to winning. Because it's either I finish it right now and she has no more comebacks, or I just accidentally conceded. I just conceded the fight after all of that without even meaning to, which would suck. if nobody knows, I will probably go with 1 to be on the safe side. The way I read it, it's a compromise. It leaves the tip of the dagger in that she did nothing. You're part of making a better gotcha. So it's sort of about being the bigger person in a noticeable but not blatant way, where it's like, we both know I'm the one who saved the galaxy, but you know what? I will be the gracious bigger person and say we can let bygones be bygones, that sort of thing. Yeah, it feels like it ends... Okay, looking at it from the compromise perspective, it kind of feels like using my quote-unquote finishing move to, instead of driving my point home, it's like instead of tripping her up and knocking her on her ass, I'm tripping her up and like forcing her to stand at my level. If that makes sense. It's like, fine, I won't knock you on your ass, but we will be equals, damn it. The thing is about compromising with people who think they're better than you is that they have an annoying tendency to forget the position that they were in like this conversation, for example. Like, people who think that they're better than you in the position she's currently in have this obnoxious tendency to, over time, forget just how much on the ropes I had her. I don't know how many different fucking sports metaphors we're gonna incorporate into this one conversation, but whatever. She's likely to gradually forget over time just how much I had her on the ropes in this conversation, and start to think that she was doing better than she actually was. And over time, that holier than thou, better than thou art attitude will kind of creep back in, and eventually you tend to forget that you were supposed to be equals, and you proved that to them forcefully and did them a favor by not knocking them on their ass. This sounds like I'm talking about some very specific personal experience. I couldn't even name one, honestly. I feel like it's just one of those life things that tends to happen. I couldn't tell you like a story of a specific example or anything, but there's also the argument for, right now, she's the only living Jedi who identifies herself as a Jedi that I know of in the galaxy. Even if there are others, it seems like there are definitely few enough that every individual person's perspective, if the Jedi Order is going to be rebuilt, it's going to be influenced by the individual's perspectives of the Jedi Order and what the Jedi Council was and where they went wrong and all that kind of thing, right? So I feel like, given that she could be a very important part in reforming the Jedi, if the Jedi are ever to come back, there is something to be said for absolutely hammering it into her face where the Jedi went wrong last time. Because if I let her off with a compromise and let her step away from this conversation without having won but without having lost either, then her perspective on me might have shifted, but in a way, because it is a compromise, it's kind of a half a concession. So it's kind of... it really is more about keeping the peace than it is about learning from the Jedi's past mistakes. And if the Jedi Order is going to come back, they will be more prone to make those mistakes if the people reforming it still think that what they did the first time was somehow right, even though catastrophe. This feels risky. But given that this is the second time I've interrupted her mid-sentence, like, you can tell by how many words she's getting out that the pace of my winning this conversation and the pace of her backstepping is increasing. It feels like a risk, but I feel like I have to drive the point all the way home. If, as high and mighty and high horse as this is going to sound, if purely for the sake of any future Jedi Order not repeating the mistakes of the old one. Because when there are this few Jedi in the entire galaxy, yeah, one person's perspective on past events and past decisions could absolutely influence the course of history for every Jedi ever. 100%. I feel like I can, even if it's not my most powerful move, I feel like I'm gaining enough momentum in the conversation that even if it's only a half a step forward where I could have taken a full step forward, I can afford that at this point because it's not like we're not matched step for step, if that makes sense. I don't know what my analogies are doing tonight. I think we've had fencing, we had military, we had Attack on Titan, we had wrestling or boxing, or possibly both. Do they both use on the ropes as, like... We've had a whole bunch of shit I know nothing about as analogies tonight for some reason. If the Mandalorians had won, would the Jedi have fought then? Or simply have meditated on what to do?
How dare you? The Mandalorian Wars should have been your grave, and Malachor 5 is where you should have died.
Well, I think that might have been a whole step back. Oh. Or maybe it was enough of a step forward that she kind of did that desperate offense thing that people do when they're backed into a corner. It's like, there's nowhere to backstep anymore, so now she's, like, lunging. That could be. Oh, man. Sometimes I have trouble telling the tone of these dialogue options, as you guys well know. Sometimes there is just no mistaking. Careful, Atris. Anger leads to the dark side. There is no... I refuse to believe there is any physical way of reading that without it being smug. I do not think such a method of reading it exists. Interesting. Malachor 5 is one I know very little about. If I'm remembering correctly, unless there was a battle on a different Malachor, I believe it's where, I almost said Rev Bem. If anybody's ever seen the Andromeda TV series with Kevin Sorbo, it's very good. Also quite old. That's where Rev Bem comes from. His name is not Rev Bem. Engineer dude. Hello, cat tail in face. What's up? Really? Hey. Pretty sure he said that's where he lost his hand. I mean, clearly some kind of pivotal battle, but if I know more about it than that, I have forgotten. I was assuming... It's been a while since I've had a skill check in a dialogue. I was assuming that it's sort of like persuasion, where when the option shows up, it means you can either pass or fail. But this one is a little bit interesting because it kind of seems like the fact that the option exists means you already passed. Like, at last it comes out, was it always this personal with you? Sounds like I already passed an awareness check. Maybe I'm thinking about it too D&D. I'm trying to think of, like, what would be the success versus failure on that. Like, maybe gaining additional information or something? Either way. I literally arranged my entire first couple of levels to open up skill-based dialogue options later on in the game, so it'd be kind of silly if I didn't take it now, wouldn't it? Especially because it's sort of like the less insufferably smug version of the second one. It's like, she's annoying enough that the petty part of me would be a little satisfied by being like, careful, Atris, anger leads to the dark side. But also, that's not going to get me anywhere. And it is really insufferably smug. The first one is more like calling her on it without making her want to rip her hair out at how insufferable I am. Which honestly, I wouldn't blame her. If somebody gave me that line, I'd be like, Urgh. Guess we'll find out, depending on whether I pass or fail. As it comes out, is it always this personal for you?
You see shadows where there are none, and hate where there is none. You are blind, as always. I tire of fighting with you. You lust for war, and you always will, and you have succeeded in distracting me from my questions. So answer me. If you cannot seem to admit the council was correct, then why are you here?
Backstepped so many times she went in a whole ass circle. We apparently went in a whole ass circle. Also, who's fighting? You're the one getting all riled up over there. I've been super even the whole time. I've been working real hard at it behind the scenes. I've had to bypass some real satisfying looking options. But I did it. Everything I have said has been very mild, even-tempered, and non-aggressive, and simply setting the record straight. Very Jedi. Very non-emotional. You, on the other hand, seem to be having a lot of emotional trouble over there. Tell me what you've done with my friends first.
Your concern is noted. Your friends have not been harmed. They have been detained for their safety. I find it unusual that you are traveling with others again. I had thought you had forsaken the company of others after the war. Or is that why you are here?
What? Company? Not yours. Fuck no. Absolutely not. I would definitely rather be alone in space. 100%. Excuse me. I was so thrown off by the prospect of her thinking that I might have come here seeking company that I inhaled a muffin crumb. What is a shooter? I mean, she's pretty pretentious. Trying to figure out if that's, like, obviously referring to her and accusing her of stealing my ship, just, like, indirectly and passive-aggressively, or whether it's something else. I have decided I must know this. A weasel-like animal, to be specific. Closest to bitch in English. Going by connotation. Indigenous to Ryloth. Interesting. Used as an insult specific to Twi'lek females, although not exclusively. A Twi'leki, I feel like I'm mispronouncing that, swear word, used to indicate a being of poor repute. The more synonyms I read, the more I'm on board for this. Because at this point, I won the argument as much as I could have. I made her take so many back steps that she steered in a whole ass circle and then had to, like, remember what she was originally asking me and redirect to that rather than actually finishing the conversation because she would have lost. She did the whole, I'm not here to argue with you thing because she couldn't get out of it any other way. So, also, I noticed that awareness dialogue option. It didn't say success or failure after it. So am I incorrect in thinking that that was a check that happened after? Or was I right about it being like a, because you have a high enough score, you get this option, and this is like, with persuasion, it's a check. It's a, if you choose this option, you can either succeed or fail. But you get the option for having persuasion. I'm wondering if some of the others, like the awareness one just now, for example, are always the same way, or if it's sometimes as long as you have a high enough awareness above a certain threshold, you get this option, and it's not a succeed or fail thing. It's just if you have enough, you get it, and if you don't, you don't type of thing. Because that's what it seemed more like, because it didn't tell me whether I succeeded or failed on anything. And usually it does. Okay, gotcha. So is it only persuasion that is actually a check after the option shows up? No, wait, it can't be, because I feel like some of the dialogue with T3, like the repair options, were actual in dialogue checks. I'm trying to figure out if there's any way to tell whether I've pre-succeeded or whether success is not guaranteed for future reference, basically. Gotcha. Influence is another factor. I'm here because a pretentious shoot stole my ship.
Your ship? Ah, the Ebon Hawk. It is not your ship. Unless you are admitting to the destruction of the Paragus mining facility.
I got cleared of that, thank you. By the Republic, whose mining facility it presumably was. Not your ship, not your mining facility, not your business, bitch. I wish I'd blown up that rock cluster, but it wasn't my fault. Are you admitting to stealing the Ebon Hawk? That's the question entirely.
The Ebon Hawk is here, safe. Its records and navicomputer are being dissected to determine what caused the destruction of the Paragus facility.
And this is your business why? See, like this. It would be really fucking good to know whether I've already passed this or whether it's a pass-fail thing. Because it's repair. Also, why is there no option to be like, dude, you're a Jedi on a polar ice cap on a dying world that's currently a battle zone between a corporation that's still killing it and poor Athorians, bless their hearts, who are trying their best to save it. What the fuck are you doing? Investigating mining facility explosions for the Republic? Or just on your own? Nosy old cow? What the fuck? Good luck with the navicomputer, you're wasting your time.
We're having some trouble with the navicomputer, but I think with your cooperation, willing or otherwise, that will cease to be an obstacle. If it is your ship, perhaps I should be questioning you as to what happened, and why you destroyed the facility and murdered all the miners stationed there.
Give me my ship or I'll murder everyone here. Now where are all of my "you're sounding awfully dark side over there" options? Because she really is. With or without your cooperation? Sounding real Sith-like there. Real Sith-like. Also, why do I still not have a single option that's like... Why the... fuck are you questioning anybody at all about anything? What makes any of this your business? I'm so confused. Did I miss something? Or is this genuinely supposed to be this confusing as to why she's up here hiding in a giant snowball sticking her nose in official Republic business? Apparently? Like the vigilante of mining station investigations. It's like if you... I mean, vigilantes can be cool sometimes, but could you have picked a more boring subject? I mean, to be fair, it was kind of... how the whole thing went down was pretty interesting. It's not a knock on the game devs at all. The story is way more interesting than the title makes it sound, but genuinely, like, if you didn't know what was going on there, it would sound like the most boring thing in the planet to decide to vigilante investigate on your own. The fuck is she doing? Apathy on a planet under entropy. Yeah. Just to clarify, it's not like an implied thing that she would automatically be like working for the Republic once the Jedi Council dissolved, is it? Like, I don't work for the Republic. Well, I mean, I kind of do now because I'm doing them some favors, but that's more like a mercenary gig than it is an actual, like, agent of the Republic type of thing. I just want to make sure because if I'm not missing anything, and it actually makes no sense that she's sticking her nose in here, I might just keep ignoring her and being like, dude, you're a thief, give me my ship back, and just ignoring all of her other questions. That makes less sense if it's supposed to make sense why she's so invested in this. Yeah, I guess what I meant was if all the Jedi are scattered and most of them are presumed dead, and therefore a Jedi would presumably be more or less in hiding, would they consider themselves to, like, default to working for the Republic? Like, would she consider, once the Jedi Council's gone, would she consider herself an agent of the Republic, even if the Republic doesn't necessarily see it that way? Or is she actually just sticking her nose in places where it is not yet evident why it would be there? She does seem very invested. For someone who doesn't even seem aware that the Republic is already investigating it. And I've already been cleared once. Like, I'm not under house arrest anymore. In fact, as far as I'm aware, unless I'm forgetting something, the only reason I'm not far, far away from here is because you stole my fucking ship. I'm trying to decide whether to act as though I believe she has any reason at all to be questioning anybody about this, or whether okay they don't really give me an option to treat her like the crazy lady she's acting like, which is part of why I'm second guessing my own assessment here. Because I feel like if this was as crazy and out of nowhere as it feels to me, surely there would be a dialogue option that was like, why do you care so much? Right? Maybe? So she does seem remarkably invested. I mean, I get that, you know, they're the only fuel supplier to Helios and all that stuff, but she lives in a polar ice cap. How attached could she possibly be to this spot to where she's vigilante questioning people who may have been involved in, or at least intersected with, the destruction of the fuel? She doesn't even live on the space station. Why does she care? So confused. Unless it's not the mining station she cares about. I don't know. Unless she knew that I was on the Ebon Hawk, and that is why she stole it. Like, I don't know how she got her hands on the Ebon Hawk, but I could see her basically using whatever she has found as the logs as an excuse to question me, because she seems real intent on friggin' torturing me if she can. And worse. And whatever. The whole with or without your help thing, she sounded a little eager with that. Like, it could honestly be finding an excuse to punish me that she's attached to, rather than anything to do with the mining facility. That would actually make more sense. I still don't know why, but given her past behavior over this whole conversation, it would at least make more sense. But then the question becomes, did she steal the Ebon Hawk knowing it was my ship? Or did she steal it for another reason and then find out it was my ship and, like, take advantage of the opportunity or whatever? She does seem to have an incredible hatred of me, in particular. For whatever reason. That makes more... That makes more sense than her being weirdly obsessed with a mining station that she has nothing to do with, really. The question is, what do I do? If I go with that assumption, what do I do with it? I'm working under the assumption that she hates me that much that she is literally just dying for any reason to lock me up and torture me. Chances are she's not gonna believe anything I have to say. I have a feeling the DC on that lie is going to be pretty frickin' high. I admit nothing feels like a tacit admission. Like one of those, well, I'm not saying I did anything, you know? And if she's bound and determined to find an excuse to blame me for it so that she can lock me up and torture me for whatever she's actually so hateful of me for, then any of these options, she'll find something that she can use as an excuse. We already know she's pretty creative in her twisting of reality. So anything I say about progress is likely to just feed into it, even if I'm directly contradicting her. We also know she doesn't listen especially well. The DC on the lie is probably going to be pretty high. Because she doesn't, if we're going with this assumption, then she wouldn't want to believe me. My only question is whether ignoring her questions entirely and just repeatedly reminding her that she is a thief now and she has taken things that don't belong to her and she really ought to give them back. She could just as easily take that as an implicit admission. Like, I'm not contradicting her, therefore I must admit it. But at that point, she's definitely going to do it with any of the other options. So I guess it's... If we're going with this hypothesis, which is the only thing that really makes any sense to me, it's kind of a win-win... Or, not a win-win. It's kind of a lose-lose-lose situation for me, regardless, because it doesn't really matter what I say. But I can give her as little to work with as possible. By, for example, ignoring her questions and not including a threat. Because I could definitely... If she's already convinced that I blew up Progress because she wants to believe I blew up Progress, then, you know, me threatening to take my ship back by force, she's gonna take that as a, I blew up Progress and I'll blow this up too. To be fair, the give me my ship or I'll murder everyone here basically is that. So let's keep it focused on the crime that we know happened because it is literally still in your possession and you just said so. The Ebon Hawk isn't yours, Beatrice. Return it.
Again, you insist it is your ship. But it has had many owners, which I'm sure you are aware. You have no claim over it. Even if you did, the destruction you have already caused demands that you be tried and punished for what you have done.
Why is there no option to say that I've already been investigated and cleared for this? Because I have been. Right? I'm not imagining that, am I? Like, that's why I'm not under house arrest anymore. They didn't just, like, pity release me because somebody tried to kill me. They released me because they cleared me. I don't remember why exactly I was waiting for the Republic to finish their additional investigation, but I thought I didn't think it had anything to do with necessarily blaming me. I thought it was more of a, in case we need your testimony or input or something like that. Interesting that I've never even heard of Progress. Doesn't even have the lie option anymore. I'm guessing that means that it's an assumed fail. Like, She's not gonna believe me regardless. There's no chance of it. Had enough of this and you is very true. It also sounds like insta combat. Pretty sure she gave up my weapon. And it'd be really annoying to have to fight this bitch wielding my own lightsaber while I'm unarmed. I wish I'd blown up that rock cluster. It doesn't really do much to defend my character. But that being said, she seems pretty convinced of my character, or her own version of my character, regardless of what I say. It's also the only option that explicitly says it was not my fault. Like, just flat out. Like, necessary implies I did it, but I had a reason, which she's not going to think is good enough. The destruction of progress was an accident implies I did it, but I didn't mean to. Which she's not going to care about whether I meant to or not. If she has me pinned for, or pegged, or whatever the phrase is. I still haven't been the one who did it. I assume I've had enough of this and you is going to be instant combat. I admit nothing still feels like one of those, well, I'm not saying I did it, you know, sort of things. Five is the only one that is a flat denial of any, like, effect on my part. What the hell, she already thinks I'm a murderer who blew up an entire mining station for no discernible reason whatsoever. So, probably won't affect her perception of my character one way or the other, even if she does think I wish that I blew up the rock cluster. I'm still confused why it doesn't give me an option to be like, dude, I was already investigated for this and they already cleared me. What are you talking about? It's actually making me second guess whether I'm even remembering that right. I was cleared, right? I'm not imagining that. That's why I'm not under house arrest anymore. Because they cleared me. They know I didn't do it. That's why they're like hiring me to like help them track down bad guys and shit now. Realistically, it would be traumatic with all the droids. One was already dead. You know what you went through. It was hell. Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. I'm really just debating between 1 and 5 at this point. 2 is accurate. But I don't want instant combat with somebody who's currently armed with my lightsaber while I'm presumably unarmed, if I can help it. 1 could also be instant combat, but it has more of a potential to be... It has, in my wildest dreams, it could lead into a... Why are you even giving yourself the authority to do this thing? Or... even better, albeit potentially a pipe dream, the chance to actually tell her that I was already investigated and cleared for this shit. What the fuck, man? So I'm kind of debating between flat denial, the only option that lets me flatly deny any involvement, and believably. Because, let's face it, I admit nothing is not believable to anybody. It might work for legalese, but not very persuasive, honestly. And I'm still working under the assumption that they took the lie option off of this, so I'm assuming that she's just not going to believe me, no matter how well I say it now. Which is more important? Flat denial? Or calling her on her clearly obsessive desire to put me on trial and torture me. With the very real possibility that it immediately starts combat, because it still might. Actually, the more I'm reading her last sentence, the more I'm thinking it probably is instant combat if I say I won't allow you to put me on trial again, because the action you've already done, so she thinks, you've already caused demands that you be tried and punished for what you've done. I mixed up words there for a second. I was like, wait, who's demanding it? But no, I misread it. I won't allow you to put me on trial again. Yeah, actually, now that I'm reading those back to back, it does kind of sound like more likely an instant combat type of thing. Let's see how many millimeters flat denial gets me. I wish I'd blown up that rock cluster, but it wasn't my fault.
So, at last you admit it. At least you have that much courage left. You have not changed. Acting instead of thinking, putting yourself before the galaxy, before the Jedi. Do you know what you have done?
Not sure what you think I've done. You seem to have all sorts of creative liberties with reality over here. In what world does I didn't do it equal you admit it? No, I literally just said the opposite. What the fuck are you doing? Did I misread that answer? Or did I completely misinterpret that? I'm trying to get through this conversation, but it is quite late. It's entirely possible that I just, like, misread the intention, like, completely opposite of what it was. I'm so confused. Why don't you tell me? Yeah, I destroyed 2 worlds with 1 explosion. The smartass in me really likes that one. It's probably all sorts of trouble, but the smartass in me really likes that one. I know it put Telos in jeopardy, but I had no choice. Yes, Telos is doomed and I could care less. That's probably the worst possible option. Progress was nothing compared to what I'll do if you don't give me back my ship. Again, badass, but probably not helpful. They're still tempting me with that "I've had enough of you" line. Why don't you tell me? Since she seems to have such a rock solid, forged in steel, I can't even call it an idea, decision on what I apparently did without any evidence, since she admitted you couldn't get in the navigomputer. Why don't you tell me? I'm not going to be able to come up with a supposed crime that I may have done that would be half as creative as that I'm sure you come up with is.
Without the fuel from Paragus, Citadel Station cannot maintain its orbit. It will crash into the planet and its destruction will echo across 20 other worlds.
Why do you sound so smug about that? 20 worlds with 1 explosion, even better. Oh my god. She's such a bitch that option is really tempting. Just to be a brat about it. I don't like what do you mean, because it feels like it implies that I'm buying into her crazy version of reality. And that's a dangerous place to be. I mean, in her version of reality, I'm a horrific, bloodthirsty murderer who just rains evil everywhere I go and deserves to be tortured until the end of time. I don't really want to live in that reality. I like the actual reality better. I don't like what do you mean, because I mean, maybe she's right, but progress still isn't my fault. Even better, I picked up a side quest to try and help them find another source of fuel, which I feel like is already more than I'm, like, obligated to do, given that it was not my fault. Why is Telos so important?
Telos was a test to see if the Republic could mount a restoration effort on the Outer Rim. When it fails, the Republic will not finance another. The other Rim worlds devastated by the Sith will remain graveyard worlds, devoid of life. And that is the magnitude of your crime.
Oh my god. I was wrong. Dude, guys, I was wrong. We didn't go in a full circle. We're still going in circles. We went from I impulsively plunged into the nearest battle I could find because I'm bloodthirsty, to I enabled the Mandalorian's bloodthirstiness and therefore I am to blame, to I followed Revan and therefore enabled Revan's bloodthirstiness, who enabled the Mandalorian's bloodthirstiness and therefore I am to blame, to yes, but the Jedi wouldn't have won the war anyway, so it doesn't matter if I was right, to a lot of stuttering in half sentences, to, you know what, I'm not here to argue, back to my original question, all the way back around. And now, we're back to the destruction of the Outer Worlds is your problem, is your fault. It might not have been because of the Mandalorian Wars, but I will find a way that the entire Outer Rim's destruction will be your fault, damn it. Fine, not during the war, then it's Paragas. Something in the Outer Rim is your fault. I'm certain of it. I will make it so. What the fuck? Intelligence check. Or intelligence pass. I still really wish that it would indicate whether it was a pass or a check. Because I would hesitate way less about choosing these options if I knew I had already passed them versus if it was a toss-up where I could make things worse for myself by failing, you know? At least I get to color in this one. So now I get blamed for the actions as it says. My crime. The Sith destroyed Oh, why does that give me all of the good dialogue options all in one go where I can only choose one? It's like half the it's like a third of the dialogues are quickly narrow it down to like two options that are neither one is super exciting, but one eventually narrow it down to one is less risky than the other or whatever, or one is more satisfying than the other. And then there are others where like half the list of options are all really good and I can only pick one. Oy. Now they give me the option to straight up say, I didn't destroy Pragas, the Sith did. The fuck are you talking about? They also now give me the option to call her out on blaming me for others. Kitty cat. Sorry if that was loud. He knocked a box of markers off the desk. They also, in the same thing, where I have to choose one, give me the option to call her out on blaming me for the actions of the Sith again. To be fair, it says so now I get blamed. She's been trying to blame me for the actions of the Sith this entire fucking conversation. Chris Evelyn writing. They give me a couple different ways. Tell her that the Sith destroyed progress, not me. With varying levels of personal responsibility, I suppose. The you know me option is funny considering how delusional she seems to be and how absolutely like dead set she seems to be on doing whatever, bending whatever she has to bend to make actual reality fit the reality she prefers. So the whole you know me and know I would not have potentially committed such an act. I feel like she's doing everything she possibly can to convince herself otherwise. The only reason I can think of to pick that one would be if you think she actually knows you well enough that calling her on her delusion, basically, would be enough to, like, get through to her. But I already gently nudged her in that direction for so long that she broke and went back to square one. And now we're back to blaming me for the actions of the Sith. So I'm not sure anything's getting through to her. I think she's too crazy at this point. Or too obsessed. I'm not going to say it was not my intention to harm other worlds, because it wasn't my intention to harm Paragas either. Probably going to go with the intelligence option. Because it's there, honestly. But I want it noted for the record that I am fucking salty about now being when they make me choose between that and actually, like, an answer that actually says, I didn't do it, this is who did. Like, why couldn't they have given me that one 4 screens ago? That would have been a good time, you know. Toss her out the airlock at this point. See, I would, except I don't know where my friends are and I don't have a weapon, and she has my double bladed lightsaber, like, in her hand. I don't particularly fancy the idea of going fist to fist with a double-bladed lightsaber without any backup with my bare fists. If I can help it. Basically, at this point, I think she's so consumed by her, like, weird obsessive hatred of me, which I think my theory about her being obsessed with me rather than with Paragas kind of confirmed by this last line, trying to, like, blame me for the death of 20 worlds that are, or blame me for the non-revival death of 20 worlds that the Sith killed in the Mandalorian Wars, which was some time ago. It was an entire Jedi Civil War ago, however long ago that was. I think kind of confirms that theory. So at this point, I'm kind of expecting it to come to blows at some point. But if I can get out of this conversation with enough time bought to find my friends and find my weapons, I will like my chances a lot better. It could be that combat is inevitable. But this is such a long conversation with so many options, I feel like it's probably not inevitable. So I'm trying to find the one that lets me at least get armed before I have to fight her. Because she has friends too. I haven't forgotten that. There were a couple of them, at least. And I have no idea how big this friggin' iceberg is. For all I know, there could be a lot more. It's almost as bad as the Jedi letting the Outer Rim die during the Mandalorian Wars.
So you still hold to your flawed convictions.
Been through this already.
You think to anger me, you are wrong.
Oh,
How
you're
is it
already
that
pretty
you are not
pissed.
content to confine your ruin to yourself. You must spread it to others wherever you go. Ruin yourself with your actions if you will. But when your actions bring harm to others, then you must answer for it.
Can I tell her now, please? Oh, thank God. They didn't even change the wording, so it's yes. Thank you. Finally. My crime. The Sith destroyed progress, not me.
The Sith? What do you mean?
Well, if you hadn't already decided who is to blame, maybe you'd already know this. Actually, I'm a little surprised she doesn't know all this already, considering she is a Jedi. She's been in this iceberg a damn long time, I guess. Sith have returned, and they're hunting all the Jedi.
You speak truly. You have encountered the Sith. I can feel the scars on you. Tell me, where did you encounter them?
Filtered. There's a reason why she doesn't understand you. I mean, I get that to an extent, but I feel like part of it is not wanting to. Because I haven't been using very, like... In fact, I've been specifically trying to steer away from experience-based arguments that would require her to have similar experiences to resonate with. Does that make sense? That's why I didn't go with that based on my experience one, whichever version, whichever part of the dialogue that was in. It's because I figured she probably didn't have similar experiences to draw from, so it probably wouldn't mean anything to her. I guess chalk one up for the Force coming in clutch to, like, basically wallop her upside the Force and be like, dude, this is true, what the fuck? Pay attention, she's telling the truth. It's kind of how I imagine that. Trying to figure out the differences between these in terms of likely outcome. Like, the third one she could see as me being stubborn, since I'm not volunteering other information. Weirdly enough, she suddenly seems like she's listening. I don't trust it. I still think that if I give her the slightest opportunity to pin literally anything in the galaxy on me, she will jump on it in a heartbeat. But she seems to have unreservedly believed one thing that I said, which is why I said that the Force walloped her upside the head with it. It's like, you can't deny that part. The Force went, bitch, listen. I did tell her they were hunting all Jedi. Trying to figure out whether she's going to try and spin that first one into a oh, well, now you're spreading destruction everywhere you go because you're leading them everywhere you go, and therefore it's still your fault type of thing. Second one is a little odd in terms of wording, but it feels a little more cooperative than the third one. And a little less likely to be brushed off as still my fault than the first one, I guess. I'm not sure I fully understand whatever the implications of the second one are, but we're going with it because it's, good lord, it's 3:40 in the morning. God damn it, I did it again. I had one week where I was really good and I got off at like 1:15. Oh well, at least I don't work on Tuesdays anymore. Oh boy. If you used my ship, you'd know I was at Paragus. So were they.
Paragus? What would they want there? They can't have been looking for you.
Wow. Way to stir up all that hostility all over again. Since you were hiding, they came after a real Jedi. Oof. Yikes. That's just asking to get myself bitch slapped right across the face. I'm trying to remember. Okay, somebody tell me if I dreamed this or if it actually happened. Did I have an interaction with somebody at some point where I said I wasn't a Jedi and they were like, honestly, I don't give a shit whether you are or not? That was on Telos, wasn't it? That wasn't the Sith. Have I had that conversation with the Sith? Where they're like, we don't care whether you're a real Jedi or not. We're gonna kill you anyway, basically. I feel like that was the exchange guy? Either the exchange guy or the... No, exchange guy. Bounty hunter? Okay. So as far as I know, the Sith do actually think that, or rather, as far as I know, the Sith don't realize I'd left the Jedi behind, or they don't care, but they don't seem to know. I haven't had it confirmed that they don't know, or rather, I haven't had it confirmed that they know and don't care. There we go. I'm not sure I want to tell her that they believe me to be the last Jedi because it tells her that they don't know she exists, which first off may or may not be true. At the moment it seems true. I'm not sure why, but it feels like a bad idea to let her know that. I can't put my finger on why, but it feels like a bad idea to let her know that they don't know she exists. I'm going to trust my gut because my brain is too tired to keep up. I'm not going with number 3 because, well, I was going to say because I know that they were looking for me. Do I? Yeah, I do. Because we were talking about... I don't really... Yeah. Because we were talking about... said something about our pursuers coming... will find us sooner or later or something like that. Yeah. I'm not going with 3. Especially since she already seems to be convinced they can't have been looking for me. Although, it'd be interesting to send her off on a wild goose chase trying to find out why they're at some random mining station on an asteroid in the middle of nowhere. If she's convinced they can't have been looking for me. I wonder why she thinks they can't have been looking for me. Not Jedi enough, I suppose? I'm still assuming that she can tell I have Force back, at least to some extent. Also, I don't think they especially care whether I call myself a Jedi or not. And I feel like somebody's confirmed that. I feel like Freya or somebody said, yeah, it doesn't really matter whether you call yourself one or not, because you were one. And that's the part that matters, or something like that. Again, could be imagining that, but... I think I'm going to go with number 2. Partially by process of elimination, and partially because... it reinforces a sense of shared threat. They're coming after both of us without confirming or denying whether they know she exists. Because to be fair, I don't actually know. It's safe to assume at one point they didn't know she exists. But how long that'll last, who knows? It's true. And it implicitly puts us on the same side, which I think is beneficial in this instance. It also has the satisfying effect of very subtly just sliding in there the implication that I am in fact still a Jedi. They intend to, at least as far as the Sith is concerned, someone considers me still a Jedi, even if you don't. They intend to exterminate all Jedi everywhere.
There are no more Jedi, except I. Like you, they turned from the Order, and now only I remain. If these Sith attacked you, they will soon realize their mistake. And if you escaped, they most likely let you go to see if you would lead them here.
Maybe I should have told her that they don't know she exists. Or put a little leak in that balloon of self-importance she's got going on there. It's a pretty tough balloon, honestly. Number 6, I just want my ship back. Then let me go and I'll leave you to die. I don't think I was followed. Just feels like one of those famous last words in a movie right before you start getting bombed by the Sith. In fact, it feels like such a perfect line for that I don't want to pick it just in case. She's pretty good at the whole, like, multi-layer passive-aggressive insulting. I mean, in the span of one line, she not only reminded me that I'm not a Jedi, implied that I was incapable of actually escaping, insinuated that she was the only reason anybody could possibly, like, getting to her was the only reason anybody could possibly want me to begin with, and that I'm dumb enough for that to have happened. That's a lot of insults for a single line, where she actually didn't say any of that outright. Reminds me of a frustrated Vulcan. Her subtle insults, or me overthinking it. I can see the insults, yeah. For sure. Is there... I'm gonna ask first because I'm not sure I'm gonna get another her behavior fair. Ghost is currently pouncing on shreds of cardboard, the carpet from, or a shred of cardboard in the carpet from his box. Like, he's doing that thing that like puppies do, where they'll like pounce on a random spot and then like scamper sideways away. A weirdo. I'm gonna ask now because I'm not sure I'm gonna get another chance. Were there any survivors of the Jedi Civil War?
I said I was the last of the Jedi, Exile, and I did not speak falsely. There are others who were once Jedi, but no longer. They will not take action against this threat.
And you will? There's a change. That's the lack of experience speaking. Not the specific sentence, but she's still prioritizing the high and mighty moralizing over the threat of survival. Can only be done by somebody who's never had to face her own possible demise before. In any, like, real, tangible, immediate sort of way. Actually, I was thinking of it as just a barb, but I'm actually curious. Because it kind of prompts her to tell me what exactly she plans on doing by herself without any help. I'm a good guy. But you guys know I'm no angel. I am not infinitely patient, nor am I infinitely benevolent. And she is irritating as fuck. I can't bring myself to benevolently offer her my help, knowing she's just going to turn around and scoff at it. Because she is. Because she hasn't felt the threat yet. I'm sure of it. And you will? There's a change.
I have your ship. I will return it to you. You must leave here before you place us in jeopardy.
Where can I find my companions?
You shall find them north of here, in one of the old irrigation chambers. They have not been harmed. They are free to leave as well.
Then I'll be going.
Take your ship, then. I don't care where you go, just leave this place. Leave Telos.
We shall remove her, mistress. Come with us. Are you all right, mistress?
The exile reminded me of something. I had forgotten.
Forgive me, mistress, but I must ask. The exile, I've never seen another affect you so strongly. Was she important to you once?
We all have our heroes, and when we watch them fall, we die inside. She made a choice once, and I did not. The day we judged her, I stood in the chamber, and she was so right. She was so certain of it. I doubted myself, but not now. She will never make me doubt myself again. But now...
I already did once tonight.
I must meditate.
Of course, mistress. I will tell the others you are not to be disturbed. And please, do not exhaust yourself. We can attend to matters here.
Thinks herself the only Jedi worthy of the title. A red lighting felt ominous. One thing I will give Obsidian. Very rarely have I engaged in such lengthy, in-depth overthinking of an extended dialogue and actually had it pay off in basically the way, like, to where as I was going through it, I could kind of see the direction it was going and I could kind of start, like, choosing my responses accordingly because it was long enough to start seeing patterns in her responses. Part of it's the length, but part of it's also the consistency of certain types of answers, making her, like, sidestep a little here, or, you know, try and ignore you, and then if you push back, then she sidesteps, that kind of thing. That was really interesting. Okay, time to go find my friends. And my weapons. Ideally sooner rather than later. I just had a little bit of a flashback to the friggin' Starforge. Turbo lift. Friends first. It definitely warrants a full save. Nope, just door.
Did you find what you came for?
The intelligence one didn't seem to be a pass-fail. Depends. What was I supposed to find here?
There was something from your past here, something unresolved. I feel we did not come to this place by chance. You were led here. This woman who resides here, she did something to you once, something that hangs upon you still.
Well, I wouldn't exactly call her charming. Stay out of my head or I'll remove her yours. That feels like unfairly taking my irritation at Atris out on Kreia. It is a little annoying though. He was one of the council who cast me out of the order and wanted to punish me even further.
I see it now. The act has left its marks. Be warned, unresolved events from our past can create wounds in the present and the future. And more importantly, they can distract you, weaken you. It could prove fatal against the enemies we face.
I mean, here's a Jedi. Atris, one of the council.
There is a Jedi here, perhaps, in that you are correct. Yet there are no students, and this woman, this Atris, surrounds herself with those who cannot feel the Force. Curious.
Aren't the handmaidens students?
No, her servants are not Jedi. Their minds are walls, trained to resist tricks of the mind. This discipline blinds them to the Force as well, even if they were Force-sensitive.
Did you try to use Jedi mind tricks on them? How do you know that? Were you reading their minds?
Invade the mind of another. It is not something done carelessly, or when there is nothing to be gained.
You seem to think there's something to be gained a lot of the time, though. Plans to heal the galaxy, then rebuild the Order. I'm not sure if she actually said that, but it kind of seemed implied.
Plans are fragile things, and life often dashes expectations to the ground. Perhaps students will come to her in time. For now, she is surrounded by those who cannot feel the Force.
Interesting that circle back to that. Those who cannot feel the Force?
Yes, her servants are not Jedi. This discipline blinds...
Both of those dialogue options come to the same response. Okay. Try to use Jedi mind tricks on them.
Invade the mind of...
Oh, same thing again. Interesting. Okay. An incredibly loud squeal of brakes. Well, there's nothing to begin talking here.
Very well. Let us depart.
That okay? It looks out cold.
He's only sleeping. It seems the journey here has fatigued him.
Right. Put down the cells and get you out of there.
I am sorry, General. I must have lost consciousness in the crash.
Nothing to apologize for. Are you sure you're okay?
I'm fine, General. Even power has been restored to my arm. What is this place? Where are we?
Can we even call it a Jedi Academy if all of her handmaidens are trained to be blind to the Force? Not really much of an academy, is it? Or at least not one teaching you how to be a Jedi, anyway. Interesting. If not now was followed by anything else, I would have ruled it out and told him. But it makes kind of a good point about no telling who might be listening. The thing is, mind reading doesn't really get affected much by voice, does it? I mean, all the students would presumably know where they are. And probably... This is probably the unuseful overthinking. But my brain latched onto it as a potential hint. Which made me paranoid. Which made me overthink it more. If there's anybody listening who would learn anything new by telling him we're on a Jedi Academy out loud, who wouldn't be able to pick it up from our thoughts. It's really not right. But then again, I'm just going with my gut on this one. It might be pointless, but not now. No telling who might be listening.
Of course, General. If you wish, I may travel with you or join you at the ship.
Brutal. Let's go to the ship. I'll deal with your failure later. Jeez. Meet me at the ship and prep it for launch. We're leaving as soon as we can.
Very well, General. I will await your arrival.
Influence gained. By not being a bitch about him failing me by having the goal to be knocked unconscious, I guess. It's nice when people appreciate you for being a decent person. We're putting it in quotes because I feel like it's debatable whether or not it could be called a real academy. But, you know.
Let us keep moving. There is nothing more to be gained here.
I do want to explore a little longer, but I feel like she wouldn't appreciate me telling her that. So I'll just say, very well, keep moving, and then we'll just keep moving in the exploration direction. Maybe this is how to handle Kreia.
Why have you approached me?
Hey, do all these women look alike? Not like I'm complaining, I mean, it's Well, it's, interesting.
They are Ichani. It is not unusual for their children to share similar features from the same parents.
If you have a reason for approaching me, speak it.
I've been pronouncing the armor wrong for a game and a half now. Apparently it's Ichani, not Ikani. Questions for you. You just walk in and be like, I'm looking for a fight.
You may ask.
What do you know about this place?
This was once a mighty irrigation center for Telos. It survived the orbital bombardment of the Sith, though the inhabitants did not. Ancient irrigation channels still lie beneath the surface of Telos, waiting to be used again for the reconstruction efforts, controlled from this facility.
So, Atris resides within the frozen heart of this world.
That is a peculiar way of seeing it, but it can be described by such an abstract, yes.
Why is Atris here?
Shortly before the destruction of Dantooine by the forces of the traitor Jedi Malak, Atris had many Jedi artifacts and knowledge transported here secretly.
Why was relics brought here?
Even the Sith prefer live prey to scavenging a corpse. She thought that a world already savaged by the Sith would not prove a target a second time. It was a place where the artifacts and the teachings of the Jedi could be kept safely if the Sith could not be turned aside.
Atris knew Dantooine would be destroyed.
The Jedi Council sensed it. Master Vrook, Master Vandar. But it was too late to do much except make arrangements for evacuation. It was a dark day for the Order. Many on Dantooine did not survive, Jedi or not. Atris would not speak for many days after the attack, and we feared our mistress was lost to us. In time, she regained her voice and her strength. She brought the artifacts and the teachings of the Jedi here and has kept them safe.
Interesting. And she pinned all that grief on me. In her head, at least. Apparently, I was supposedly her hero or something. Or Revan was, and I look alike enough that it's okay? Or, like, transference or something? I don't know. You definitely implied it was me, though. Artifacts?
Yes, many relics from Dantooine, some which predate even the destruction of Ossus. She was not able to save all, but she saved enough.
If these relics predate Ossus, then she has saved much knowledge, and much of the Jedi teachings.
She was able to bring them here before the Academy's destruction. It was a fortunate thing. She was not able to save everything. Ossus was once the home of much of the Jedi teaching and knowledge. It was destroyed over 40 years ago by the Sith, during the time of Exar Kun. Fortunately, a few relics and artifacts were saved before Ossus was destroyed, but many were not.
I'd like to see some of this Jedi knowledge.
Viewing the relics is not allowed without Atris's permission.
Atris has allowed me to walk freely here. Surely that implies trust.
There is truth in what you say. Yet many such artifacts are sealed away in Atris's chambers. But if you wish to see a few of them, speak to the last of the handmaidens. She has seen some of these objects and has an interest in such things.
You might be trained against Jedi mind tricks, but not good old charisma. Last of the handmaidens?
Yes, she should be in the training chamber to the north and west of here. She constantly seeks to improve herself so that she may no longer be ranked last among us.
Why is she rank lost?
Because she is easily distracted by matters that do not concern her or her duty. Such distractions weaken her, and she knows this.
Actions such as...
I will not speak of them. Ask her yourself, if it matters to you. You may ask...
What do you do here?
We serve the Jedi, and we watch.
I drink and I know things. Got it. Of what Jedi? There's not many here.
Atris is the only Jedi here, this is true, but the Mistress will bring others in time.
Looking for a fight dialogue option isn't as bad as it sounds. Sparring practice? Is my first guess. Good God, I do not hope to learn the ways of the Jedi again from Atris. No. Please, dear God, no. Anybody else. Force have mercy. I'm expecting her to contradict me, but I'm curious how she'll do it. I mean, Atris and I are the only Jedi here.
You are no Jedi. Atris has made that clear.
Yeah, okay.
When you went to war, you gave up the mantle of the Jedi and became something else.
Okay. That's what I was assuming, was that it would be something Atris had told them, but I was curious what she had told them about me. It's about as standard as I would have expected, but you never know. Might have been something interesting. Are you training to become a Jedi?
I assume you meant no insult. It is forbidden for us to become Jedi, even if we possessed the awareness of the galaxy that the Jedi possess. We are here because we are not Jedi. That is our purpose.
Why would it be an insult?
We have taken an oath to never follow the teachings of the Jedi, only to watch those of the Order and carry out Atris's will should it be necessary. Atris believes the new Jedi Order that shall arise here will need to be guarded and watched by those not touched by the Force. She thinks it will give balance.
And who watches you?
Atris is the one we serve, and she guides our actions.
Oh, I was hoping it would go back to the others because I really wanted to know what she'd say if I called Atris out on needing balance herself, because she does. But Atris is a Jedi, and you were supposed to watch Jedi.
Atris is trusted. She has watched Jedi rise and fall and knows the ways of both paths to see the signs when they begin.
That's
she
what
is
they
a
all
worthy
want you to
one
think.
Judge the Jedi, when the Jedi refuse to judge their own.
Sounds like a pyramid of Pizza cards to me. What a nice corrupt little circle you've made here. Sounds like a pyramid of Pizza cards.
I do not understand the reference. Pazak cards would not be good building material for a pyramid.
That is the point. And that is what you have when one of the judges is in charge of the judges.
I do not expect a criminal to understand. You have existed outside the circle of the Jedi for too long.
As has Atris. I mean, there aren't any Jedi here now, are there?
Atris is the only Jedi here, this is true. but the mistress will bring others in time.
I just couldn't bring a deck flight to a garbage, let alone get into this place.
You shall see. She has more strength than you know. You may ask. I would welcome a chance to instruct you. I have been anxious to teach you many principles of combat ever since you invaded this place.
Teaching?
Oh, yes. We train extensively in various combat styles, and we have not had another target for some time. You may prove a pleasant diversion.
Thanks for the tip. Son knows me well enough by now to know I never would have picked that otherwise, because I'm trying very hard not to aggro the entire complex. That said, that long and very interesting, but also very intensive conversation took so freaking long. Brian is going to have to wait for next time. I took a screenshot so that when I look to see where we were at next time, I remember to come back and spar with her. But it is 4:20 in the morning. My brain is noodles, soup. I couldn't decide between noodles and soup, so it became both. And there was a kitty cat crouched on the table next to me, looking at me like, Mom, are we ever going to bed? For anyone who wasn't here earlier, no stream next Monday because Zenobia and Ghost and I will be at the beach. I'm sure there will be photos in the Discord, though, at some point. I might try and stream Sunday night instead. It'll probably be a little bit earlier. Like, maybe... It probably won't be more than 2 hours earlier than tonight, whatever the time that is for you. It's currently 4:20 a.m. for me, so 6 p.m., whatever that translates to in you guys' time, would probably be when I'd start. It's gonna have to be a play it by ear depending on how much prep we have left to do and that kind of thing. But as usual, I'll let you guys know on the Discord if I do end up going live. Hopefully I have time, because in case you can't tell, I'm having a lot of fun with this, and you know, 2 weeks is a long time. So keep an eye out next Sunday. If you guys are around, I will try and squeeze in at least a little bit of a stream, maybe finish this complex or whatever. Hopefully. Otherwise, you say good night. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you again to Darth Sticks earlier for the raid. Anybody still hanging around who came in with Darth Sticks, I appreciate. Ow. That's all. Have a great time at the beach. The galaxy is ahead. Wow. What a pair of sentences. Those two back to back are crazy. Sunset, sleep well. Like, I'm half asleep already. If Mom would just go to bed already. To be there. Yeah. Need for snuggles. Indeed. I hope you guys have a fantastic week. Thank you very much for hanging out. Had a lot of fun tonight, and thank you for tolerating all of my overthinking and noodle soup brain. Have a great week, guys. Take care of yourselves, be kind to each other, and hopefully I'll see you on Sunday. In the meantime, have a good night, guys.